Supervisors, limited items, and it is Monday, January 15th. First thing on our agenda is roll call.
Good afternoon. Supervisor McGorty?
Present.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak? And Chair Jurdy.
Here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I can't really see who's in the board chambers. Is there someone in the board chambers that we might call on for leading us to the Pledge of Allegiance?
I can do it.
If not,
it's pretty much just
okay,
a couple of us. Okay. All right. So this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. And now we have the next thing on the agenda is public expression for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on items that are not on today's agenda?
We do not have any requests for public expression, Chair Jurdy.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will go on to item 3A, which is discussion possible action, including direction to county staff to continue work on Community Service Area 3 Benefit Zone Pilot Program. And the sponsors are Supervisor Haschak and myself. Supervisor Haschak, would you like to lead the discussion here?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Brook Trails and Sherwood Road area in District 3 has been designated one of the governor's highest risk areas in the entire state. The Oak Fire started on Labor Day 2020. Thousands of residents had to be evacuated quickly. Sheriff Kendall said that the evacuation was the smoothest in his 30 years of service. CAL FIRE had similar comments about this successful effort that saved many lives. This was not pure luck, but the result of planning and a collaborative effort. The Sherwood Firewise Council is a very active community group diligently working to make their community safer. Supervisor Jurdy and I were appointed to an ad hoc committee to look at the many one-way in, one-way out communities that we have in our county with a specific focus on emergency access routes. The Board of Supervisors revived the County Service Area 3 structure. Within this structure, zones of benefit can be created so that neighborhoods, communities in the county's jurisdiction can assess themselves to provide a benefit for a specific community. The ad hoc has met with the Sherwood Firewise Council repeatedly over the last year and a half. Because the governor designated the Sherwood Road Brook Trails area of highest priority, CAL FIRE completed a vegetation management project in the summer of 2019 on some of the private roads in the Sherwood Road area. This work saved the Brook Trails area because both lanes of Sherwood Road were used for getting people out of the fire zone, while CAL FIRE and emergency vehicles could use these recently cleared access roads for ingress. The goal now is to maintain these and other emergency access roads with the creation of a zone of benefit for the Sherwood Road area. This will be a pilot program to forge the way in using this process to fund specific projects in this community. I'm going to turn this over now to Keith Rutledge of the Sherwood Firewise Council. So if we could have Keith join us, and he's got some slides. Keith? Keith, we can't hear you. Well, since Keith isn't there, if we could pull up the slideshow.
We do actually have Keith
Okay.
Rutledge now calling in over audio. Oh, here he is.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Very good.
Sorry about that. The wonders of modern technology. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Chair Dirty, as well, and certainly Supervisor Haschek. I've got a slide set that I thought it would be nice to just sort of accompany my narration. Is that possible to pull that up? It's the one that's titled Rev 1. It's a PDF file. So I don't know. I don't know if I can share my screen or you have it, right? So. If not, I can just talk through it.
If I might, you need to actually share your screen. The clerk of the board doesn't typically share the screen, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, so what do you want me to do?
So you'll need to share your own screen, Mr. Rutledge. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Yes.
Okay, let me try that then. See if this works. How's that?
We can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. Sorry, I'm way out in the woods in a solar-powered house with a satellite internet connection on a landline, so I'm sorry for the goofies. Keith Rutledge with Sherwood Firewise, and I'll just walk through this briefly as an orientation. As Supervisor Haschek mentioned, Brook Trails area and Sherwood have been designated very high danger areas, a lot of crowded area, and very few ways in and out. The map that you see on this slide is the up to 2018. This is the community evacuation plan map that showed to all the various residents not only the main route, Sherwood Road, but you'll see there are 4 other separate routes up to the right-hand corner, 2A and 2B. That's called the Furco and Shao Road route. That's the one that Supervisor Haschek just mentioned that CAL FIRE has actually done a shaded fuel break on and cleared. Then down below Sherwood, you'll see Willits Creek at number 3. That's the sewer easement, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have that under an MOU and have funds to do work on it. And then there's 4 and 5. That's Primrose down to Highway 20 and Ridge down to Highway 20, and those are routes that Supervisor Haschek and the Brook Trails Board are still working on. So that was how we got started. And the reason Sherwood Firewise started was Fire Chief Neuer from Brook Trails notified the community after the Redwood Valley fire that in fact those routes had been abandoned, all of those emergency routes. And this is the current map that now needs to be updated again, but it's showing only Sherwood Road is the only in and out. All 4 of those emergency access routes had been eliminated due to lack of use and misunderstandings and just general sort of just hadn't done anything about it. So we set our path as Sherwood Firewise to try to reopen these routes. And long story short, the Brook Trails Township, as well as the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Krosky at the time, also unanimously supported these efforts. So we've been able to make quite a bit of progress as far as securing 2 of those routes, the Furco route and the Willits Creek route, under memorandum of understanding agreements with the landowners. And we've got funding to take care of clearing. Furco's already been cleared by the governor's emergency, and the Willits Creek route will be cleared this year with some CAL FIRE funds that Sherwood Firewise got in a grant. So basically what we're talking about for this current benefit zone is to create a zone that would pay for the maintenance of at least these 2 routes, the Furco route and the Willits Creek route, on an ongoing basis. The good news is we're getting the funding up front to do the hard work of clearing them the first time, but there will need to be ongoing maintenance to make sure those routes are open. And CAL FIRE has already is in progress of doing the Willits Creek route this year. And they're available to do the work in the future, although that's something for the county to talk about, whether the county or CAL FIRE or others might do that work. but basically we want to open up the other route, the Primrose route, so that we have all of these routes open for access to the community primarily. As Supervisor Hastek mentioned, the fire services were able to make ingress into the fire without tying up Sherwood Road, and that allowed a really reasonable evacuation out Sherwood Road. Same thing would hold true whether it's Willis Creek or the Primrose routes. If they needed access to those areas, that provides the fire access, and in the worst case scenario can provide evacuation potential if the sheriff or the fire department deems that necessary, and they would lead people out. But this is private property, and we definitely tell people that they're not allowed to use these roads unless they're directed to by law enforcement. The zone itself, what we're thinking, we got some funding from the Community Foundation and CAL FIRE, and we hired North Coast Resource Management, NCRM, to put together a forestry plan. So the registered professional forester has done all the cost assessments. We're thinking that we're going to want to involve all of the improved parcels that you can utilize those routes. And so what you're seeing here is the Brook Trails subdivision. Those are just the improved parcels in the Brook Trail subdivision. And then further out Sherwood Road, the gold is Sylvandale, the blue is Spring Creek, and the red is the Gates. Those are 20-acre minimum parcel areas that are also improved parcels. So our thought is that these parcels make sense to become the members of the benefit zone that would directly benefit from the work. But that's for the next step, which is an engineer's report is needed to make that apportionment determination. So we know what the costs are, we know who we want to involve, and so now the road engineer needs to come in and take the work we've done and try to take it through to completion. I also want to just mention that the Chronic law firm, which we have a local connection through Holly Wagonette, Holly Roberson works there. She's the daughter of former Supervisor Hal Wagonette. She's very, very forthcoming and aggressive on helping us with this. And they've offered well over $50,000 in pro bono legal services that's been helping county council with some of the legal work. So, and John already mentioned that the FERCO route was used heavily during that incident, and also for the cleanup, by the way. I think that's another aspect of it. So, John, I'm going to leave it there so I don't take up too much time. If there's any questions, I'll stay on.
Okay, thank you, Keith. And I think that if the chair is willing, that county council had some remarks too.
Do you want me to stop, Chair?
Yes, thanks, Keith.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Christian Curtis, County Council. So I actually think that Supervisor Hasek and Mr. Rutledge covered a number of the points that I wanted to make. I just want the board to be sort of aware as to how this process works. First of all, I do want to say thank you very much to the Chronic firm for all of their pro bono work on this. Their work product has been good, and I certainly recognize that they put in a fair amount of time without compensation on this in order to try and further this project, and it's been quite helpful to us. Just so that the entire board is aware, and I know we have 2 new members, I'll try to keep this brief. If there are any questions, let me know. But County Service Area 3 currently consists of the entire unincorporated area of the county, and it has been largely dormant. It was previously flagged by LAFCO for potential dissolution because it hadn't been used. The primary reason to have a county service area that consists of the entire unincorporated area is so that you can form these zones of benefit, and under the relevant statute, you're actually able to form the zone of benefit without going through the LAFCO process. So it is a mechanism by which the county can sort of subdivide the unincorporated area so that specific projects in specific areas might be potentially funded by funding mechanisms that put that burden just on those in the particular area. In this case, what is proposed is a special benefit assessment. This is a type of funding mechanism that would go on the tax roll by which the cost of the services can be borne in whole or in part by those parcels that are receiving a special benefit distinguishable from the general public's benefit from the particular project. It's subject under the California Constitution to some very sort of specific requirements, one of which is this independent engineers report. This is actually something that was put into the Constitution by voter initiative, and the requirement is that an independent engineer be hired to perform this sort of determination as to how much of the benefit is really fairly attributable to each of the individual parcels within the zone. After that, there's a requirement for the boards to adopt a resolution proposing to form the zone of benefit, and proposing to actually a second resolution proposing to impose the benefit assessment. There is a requirement of notice to everyone within the zone of benefit, and then there's actually a majority protest proceeding. So the board will set a public hearing, mail out the notices. Anyone opposed to it can either show up at the hearing and object, or mail in the form that they were provided to object to the imposition of the special benefit. If it's not a classic sort of voting scenario. It's not a one person, one vote. It's weighted based on the amount of the financial burden that would be held by each of the property owners. So if a majority, if there's protests from property owners that would constitute a majority of the funds to be collected under this scheme, then the benefit assessment fails and cannot go forward. If not, then the funds can be assessed, collected through the tax roll, and then used for these limited purposes of maintaining the emergency access routes. I know this is a process that I don't think our county has done recently. It is, however, used. Some jurisdictions use it frequently, some use it not at all. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have with respect to this process.
Okay, not seeing any questions from board members. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
We do not, Chair Jurdy.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just add, if Supervisor Hashag did not, the end result here is we're looking for board direction for county staff to proceed with working on this project and to allocate up to $15,000. Again, there's been tremendous amount of donated time by members of the public on this, so that this could go ahead. But Supervisor Hashag, do you want to conclude the presentation and make a motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone, and there's certainly a lot of people who've been working on this, from county council to the pro bono work from Hal Wagnet's daughter's firm, the firm she works for in Sacramento, to Chris Neary, to many people, and we've had meetings with the Department of Transportation and Howard DeShiel, who's on the line, is looking into what we need to do to implement this. And we're looking at the Department of Transportation as a place to house this, because it would be a kind of an ongoing task. But once we get the thing going, then those tasks can be paid for with the assessment fee. So I appreciate Howard's willingness to take this on too. Certainly there's some questions, but this is a pilot program. We're working them out. It will be smoother next time, and hopefully other areas that feel a need to do something special for their area can benefit from this. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll make the motion if you're ready for it, Chair Jurdy.
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead.
Okay, so I move to direct staff to continue working on steps needed to implement the CSA. Well, I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I'm not seeing any board members wanting to comment on the motion. Can we have the roll call?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just before it's called, I would just ask for clarification. I believe the recommended action talked about the appropriate department. I would just ask if the maker of the motion, if it clarified that the appropriate department is Department of Transportation.
Yes, that would be.
And the second agrees.
Okay, I guess we can have the roll call now.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Sorry about that. Yes.
And Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to item 3B, which is discussion possible action requesting the Planning Commission review and make its report and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors within 40 days on draft amendments to the Mendocino County Code regarding commercial cannabis cultivation and draft amendments to the Mendocino County Code regarding commercial cannabis facilities. And this is sponsored by the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee members, Supervisor Williams and Haschak. Would you like to proceed?
Chair Jurdy, if it's all right, I have an introduction, and then I think I'll hand it over to Supervisor Haschak to augment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's start with facilities. This is to implement previous board direction, including in our legislative platform. There's been talk about the need for direct farm sales. Turns out part of the holdup was actually us. It's not dependent on legislative changes at the state level. So this would allow direct farm sales, on-site consumption, which is already happening. It's just not regulated, so it's regulating existing activity. You can think of this as tasting rooms with buy and try on site, like a winery would provide. All of it is discretionary, so case by case basis. I don't want the public to think that we're going to have these just popping up anywhere. I think it'll be a fairly arduous task to go through that site-specific discretionary process. The attachment was uploaded a couple times. And part of this is our process wasn't as good this time as usual. We were rushing, trying to meet the deadline for the chair's limited Monday concept. And we had key staff lose internet access. We had one planner out on a mountaintop trying to find internet access with their cell phone. And the ad hoc didn't have the opportunity to do the fact checking. Some of the changes were actually lost in this process, and that's why there's updated attachments. We didn't want to bring forward a motion that wasn't actually backed by the necessary changes in the document. So apologies, but no ill will from the ad hoc or staff. I know there's been news circulating on social media that there was an attempt to do a bait and switch. No merit to that. Just difficult during COVID, and it's January. And then this leads us to the phase 3 ordinance. Phase 3 process does actually not require us to introduce the ordinance today. We're doing it because we want to give the public more of a heads up, and we want to get some board buy-in before we send it to Planning Commission. So this is not an urgency ordinance. It's not even a first reading. This is just to make sure we're aligned before we ask our Planning Commission to study it and give us their recommendations. It does implement previous board direction. I actually believe that it'll create the most stringent approval process that we've had yet. Unlike phase 1 that handed out these embossed receipts like they're candy, there's no cultivation under phase 3 until the application is 100% complete and approved. But this process does contemplate getting applicants through the finish line. If they complete our process successfully, they should be in line to meet the state site-specific CEQA requirement and obtain their state license. That's really the key here today. It encourages relocation to appropriate locations. So pulling out of residential communities, focusing more on appropriate agricultural locations. It mirrors semi-successful counties like Humboldt. Humboldt clearly has problems. They're struggling like we are, but they actually have hundreds of state licenses issued. We have close to 0. So it gets us in line with other counties rather than doing our own thing, which largely has not yielded positive results. It's compatible with state regs. We think this is the last call to save local control of cannabis cultivation. We have that looming deadline. And yeah, even with this approach, it's very likely that we're not going to be able to transition all cultivators. It does give some of them a chance. And it also allows us to meet a key deadline. If we kick this down the road, we may be in a position to require an EIR, which would cost maybe $1 million based on other counties and take a year or two, in which during which time there wouldn't be any legal cultivation. And so it's really key that we get this passed by summer. This will avoid 1,100 quasi-legal farms from reverting to illegal, which would be a nightmare for enforcement come next year. And it steers clear of equal protection claims and uses zoning appropriately, not to economically benefit any one group. This is open to everyone, not just those with proof of prior cultivation. The personal exemption is inherent in a cultivation ordinance. And you may be wondering, why are we touching on that now? That wasn't the key mission. It's because 10A17, the existing phase 1 cultivation ordinance, may be deprecated sometime soon if we're successful with phase 3. The personal exemption lives with the cultivation ordinance. And part of the uploaded documents snafu, we went from what appeared to be out of line with board direction to mirror the state. It seems to have gone too far in the other direction, and I actually have some concerns about it. We'll talk about it in a moment, but I want to touch on it because this should be open for discussion. We have existing conflicts. I get endless complaints from neighborhoods that have concerns about outdoor cultivation, even neighborhoods that have opted out. We need to give full board direction to avoid the ambiguity. We looked at mirroring other counties. Allowing 6 outdoor plants does seem to match a lot of counties. The idea, from the correspondence, I see a lot of residents feel that their neighborhood may already have a ban and they don't want to see us backtrack on that. Proposition 64 actually gives California residents the right to have 6 plants. It allows local jurisdictions to apply reasonable regulation. And it may be that the regulation we have in place today is the best we can do. But I want to, because we have a new board, I think it makes sense to pull the full board and give staff unambiguous direction about where we would like to go. One problem with the current regulation is it forces indoor in some zoning, which creates a fire risk. Commercial cultivation indoors is in structures that are designed for it. Whereas when you ask somebody to grow 6 plants indoors, they may be putting it with high energy lights in a tinderbox. There's a fire hazard. There's also concern about climate. Evan Mills, one of the scientists who shared the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize for the IPCC work on climate change, actually commented that, quote, "We cannot afford the luxury of carbon emissions at this time in history," end quote, specifically related to indoor cannabis cultivation. So we have a climate group. We may want to ask them sometime soon to weigh in. How do we best balance this with other competing needs of neighborhoods? Indoor cultivation is actually more likely to end up in the commercial market, because outdoor, there's one opportunity to grow 6 plants a year, whereas forcing it indoors with lights, it can be cycled multiple times a year and it sells for a much higher price. So I don't know that we're necessarily combating personal exemption being used for commercial purposes as our language sits today. So I think the ambiguity is a problem, and that we need to be careful that we're making laws that we can actually enforce. A lot of the complaints I get are of the effect the resident has contacted law enforcement and it's been brushed off. And so it's my hope that maybe today we could talk about how to set realistic expectations about what's allowed and what will be enforced. And then last, as an aside note, but I think really relevant to the task before us today, former Supervisor Carrie Brown and I did not always see eye to eye on policy. Yet in the halls during breaks at contentious meetings, we'd smile, she'd ask about my family. She never threatened me or anybody to get her way. She elevated proper conduct to a higher importance than winning any single debate. And it compelled me to give equal weight to her perspectives, as I felt she attempted to see through my eyes. The model of us acting as one is most fruitful when we collaborate. The first district today has strong leadership, in part because former Supervisor Carrie Brown promotes integrity of process. When it's my turn to hand over the privilege of this office, I plan to follow Carrie's honorable path. I encourage others to do the same. And so finally, the one question that I would like answered first by our sheriff and then by my colleagues is, under the current personal exemption language, if law enforcement is called by a neighbor over 6 or less outdoor plants on a 9-acre parcel, say by a 75-year-old otherwise law-abiding citizen, can the public expect the plants to be abated? And if not, should we tune our language to match the intended enforcement?
Supervisor Hashak, you're co-sponsor of this as the other half of the ad hoc. Do you have something you would like to add?
Well, I'd just like to say that Supervisor Williams brings up some really good points. And when we were working, our task has been to figure out pathways to the annual licensure for the commercial cultivators in our county, both legacy and new. And so we've been working very hard on that. You know, we're dealing with this ordinance that doesn't jive with what the state requires. So we've been trying our best to make this pathway work for the legacy people, plus how do we move forward? And I think that we've been doing a lot of work on it and learning a lot, and also working well together. I think that the problem that we're encountering right now is that what we have is, staff didn't get the ordinance to us so that we could review it before it was published. And then we had to go back and try to redo or revisit. And that fell on Supervisor Williams. And Supervisor Williams was doing stellar work in dealing with the vaccine issues and trying to create that program or help smooth it out for the county. And so there was some things that got dropped in the meantime. And I wasn't part of either of the publications of the ordinances. And so I'm still trying to figure out what the deal is, what the differences are. And if I'm in that mode, I'm sure that everyone else is too. You know, we didn't have redlined ordinance changes between the drafts and the finals, and it's just very complicated to figure it all out. That being said, I think that we do have issues with staffing that we need to look at. We've got these timelines, and we're looking at this, trying to get it done before July 1st. We're looking at how it jives with planning commission's timelines, and then on top of it, I don't agree with Supervisor Williams in that we should be looking at the personal exemption right now. I think that is for some other time, but right now we should be focused on what do we do with phase 3? How do we deal with the people in phase 1 who aren't going to make it through theoretically, and make the system work as well as it can be. And I'm sorry that a lot of people got upset about the personal exemption and the setbacks and the 100 square feet. I think it was blown out of proportion. And so I think that what we should do right now is focus on the facilities and the phase 3 aspect.
Okay, I see a hands up from Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to echo what Supervisor Haschak said. I don't think we want to rehash the personal exemption and residential cultivation right now. I think what we have is workable. I don't know if anyone's hearing a lot of complaints that it's not workable. We did ask Sheriff Kendall to maybe weigh in on it, but my sense is that it's been working fine, and that the previous board put a lot of effort into getting those regulations passed, and I don't think we want to do that now. I'd really rather see us deal instead with trying to move on to commercial cannabis production and not get stuck kind of in a tar pit of renegotiating something that's already, I think, pretty well settled.
Supervisor Mulhern, if you have something to add.
I would like to hear from Sheriff Kendall about whether or not he and his deputies think that we need to rework the personal use. I do see where it would apply for some areas of the county to encourage indoor cultivation of your personal plants, and for other areas of the county where outdoor would be perfectly acceptable based on the land. So maybe Sheriff Kendall wants to weigh in on that.
Chair, thank you, Chair Dirty, members of the board. Supervisor Williams brings up an interesting thought process on this, and it's one I think it's a good question to ask. And granted, looking at phase 3, I think that we're kind of getting down in the weeds and the exemptions. I don't think anybody wants to see those exemptions go away or those restrictions for neighborhoods. But one of the questions that he has, we hear this law enforcement brushed it off. Well, was it the sheriff's office? Was it code enforcement? I'm not sure. But my best estimation last year in the Covelo Valley, which comes up to roughly 1/2% of Mendocino County's landmass, my best estimation is we had 1 million marijuana plants standing. And I had, one man assigned to marijuana enforcement at that time. And then he had a deputy for a short amount of time, but with the fires and whatnot, they were pulled off of marijuana enforcement for about 40 days. So when we say, would we go out after 6 plants? Well, we're asking questions in a vacuum at this point. My questions would be, why were we called on this? Are these 6 plants being fed by water that's being diverted from the river? Are they being grown by a drug trafficking organization? Is there a generator that's leaking diesel? Is there some dangerous situation? The next question is, we can have talks about these things kind of in the abstract, but without personnel, we won't be able to deal with them. And so it's kind of a moot point to even discuss that when we don't have the personnel to deal with them. My concern is that if we do nothing on these things, 6 plants becomes 12 plants. I recently had a conversation with a friend of mine who was over at the county offices trying to get a permit for some building. And while there, overheard the conversation of the person in front of her asking how many plants they could grow in a backyard. And basically county staff said, however many you want, nobody's going to say anything. Is that the message that we want to send? I don't think it's my message. I live on a spring. I've had my water tank drained twice in the last few years, diverted to illegal grows during fire season. And so if we don't pay attention to these things and we don't deal with these things will get out of hand. But once again, we're kind of getting down into the weeds on the exemptions and when we should be looking at the phase 3 implementation. I hope I answered that question. I know it's not much of an answer, but it brings up even more questions that I have.
Okay. Well, first of all, just sort of big picture, I want to thank the ad hoc committee and county staff for working on what was largely the previous board's direction to bring back an ordinance to allow for phase 3 commercial cannabis cultivation on commercial scale on the appropriate zoning districts. I also am concerned that in the second version that was uploaded on Thursday night to the website, that there was this new expansion of personal use and medical use, outdoor cultivation in residential neighborhoods, where I did think it was sort of settled law, settled policy of the board, and I was surprised to see that there. Any board vote, we want to take public comment, but I did consult with county council, and we can do a straw poll of the board prior to taking public comment and prior to having a formal vote of the board. And what I'd like to do, because if a majority of the board on a straw poll indicates that they are not wanting to expand outdoor cultivation in the residential neighborhoods, that might reduce public comment and allow us to get to the meat of this ordinance, which has quite a few decision points for the board today. And I'm hoping that we can address all of these issues today and not drag this on to another board meeting because of the timeframes where this has to go to the Planning Commission, then the board for adoption prior to June 30th. So I would like to just have a straw poll of the board to give an indication for the callers today's meeting, given the number of callers that we have and the number of comments that we've received via email. Would a majority of the board like to see our existing restrictions remain in place for personal use and medical use? So you could indicate by raising your hand.
Can you repeat that again? I was wondering what Supervisor Williams had to say, but if you wanted to go on with the poll.
Yes, Chair Jurdy, I don't exactly fit in either category. I don't want to wipe out the current rules, but from the correspondence I receive, I do get a lot of complaints, and I think there may be a problem if we send a message that we make a law, and then people see that nobody is held to it. It leaves the public wondering, well, if they could get away with that, can they get away with 25? And so, I hear what you say about you don't want to kick it down the road. I don't want to either. I don't think we can tackle it today. I think today it does make sense to leave what we have in place copied over. And if you want to use that first draft, I'm not going to object to that. But I think we should carry the conversation on with the sheriff of the larger scale problem. What do we do that a large part of the public believes that there's an erosion of enforcement?
So the question before the board is, would we like to hold in place our existing restrictions on personal use and medical use, which, as a reminder, does not require a permit from the county. And that's the purpose. That's the reason why it's fairly restrictive. It's 6 plants, 100 square feet, and indoor if you are on parcels of less than 10 acres in size. I have not personally received complaints about that ordinance, the way it's written. So I feel like we're looking for a solution for a problem that doesn't exist, but that's just where I come from on this. So would the board like today to set this issue aside and deal with the rest of the ordinance? You can indicate by raising your hand. Okay. That's not a formal vote of the board. We'll have to have a formal vote later. But now I would like to open up public comment and ask for members of the public if they want to address the board on this one issue. You've seen the straw vote of the board. You can address the board on this issue. We will then, I would like the ad hoc to go through the recommendations on which I think is the meat of the ordinance next. But I would like to call on public comment on this item if someone wants to comment now that they've seen the straw poll of the board.
So just from a logistical, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, from a logistical point, we could either open public comment now or open public comment later, but it would be hard to close it once opened. It would also be hard for us to know who wants to speak now.
Okay. Well, with that, I would put it back to the ad hoc committee and county planning staff to run us through the proposed ordinance changes.
I think it would make most sense for us to ask Julie Acker to present these changes.
Thank you. Through the chair, Julia Krog, Assistant Director.
Thank you.
I apologize, Julia Krog.
No problem. So thank you very much for the introduction. We're excited to bring forward this draft today of Chapter 22.18. It's been a long haul, and as the supervisors know, we've been working towards getting a draft like this in front of you for quite some time now. So the most recent board direction on this came on October 13th of 2020, where the board reaffirmed their previous direction regarding the establishment of the discretionary permit model. So the goal of this discretionary permit model is to really bring us into conformance with state regulations and align our processing, our definitions, the way that we look at cannabis in this county to be more in line with the state. So one important aspect that I do want to make very clear is this document is still in draft format, and the draft will be revised, likely to include some, more tightened in language, better align with some of the state criteria, and then also incorporate any direction received from the board today before it heads towards Planning Commission for its report and recommendation to the supervisors. So again, this is still draft, so this is the perfect opportunity for those comments to come in from the board and the public on this. One of the primary goals with this ordinance was to treat cannabis as a land use issue and review it under the existing standards within the zoning code, and specifically Division 1 of Title 20 of County Code, which is our inland zoning code. And it could be expanded to other areas in the future, but at present the draft is for Division 1. This ordinance would be able to provide site-specific review of all proposed sites. And since each cannabis cultivation would be reviewed under a discretionary permit, each site would get their individual review for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. This would allow for site-specific conditions and or mitigations which can be required to reduce potential impacts to less than significant levels due to the resources present on that particular site. So this is going to provide a lot greater flexibility in terms of the processing, the appropriate standards to be met for individual cultivation sites. Now, one of the primary areas that I want to focus the board's attention towards is towards the required findings. And this is where there's some policy discussion or potential by the board related to what kind of findings you want to see made in relation to approving a particular site for cannabis cultivation. Staff has taken largely some requirements that had come out of 10A17 that have been applied to various discretionary permits underneath that chapter, and has modified them slightly to work a little bit better underneath the review of the phase 3 permit. These required findings would build off of the findings that are already required for any sort of administrative or use permit within the county. And then there may also be additional specific findings based upon where your site is located, an airport zone, or say like a specific plan area. So the rest of the application, or the idea behind this ordinance, is really to have the rest of the application be in conformance with all other provisions of use permits and administrative permits. And with the only additional piece of material that you'd provide would be a copy of all documentation submitted to the state as part of the application process for the state commercial cultivation license. The department also would like to have that opportunity, and that's written into section 22.18.080, to provide a guidance document to the public about what additional documentation may be required to supplement your application or to achieve the appropriate CEQA compliance determination. That really is sort of the high level overview of the ordinance here. And then I would like to, again, stress that this is a draft document and we'd be making revisions to it between today's meeting and any future Planning Commission hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And with me today is Interim Director Nash Gonzalez, Megan Duquette, Trent Taylor, and Matthew Kodrowski. And then with our facility side, I also have Sam Vandewater available on the line here as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nash.
Thank you, Julia. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would just like to state that I agree with Supervisors Williams' introductory statement, and I would also further add that this ordinance for phase 3 will establish a scope of work for this phase, allowing us to move forward with the processing of these applications. I'll also add that this ordinance does not add any new regulations, but is merely set up to be lockstep with the state's regulations. So thank you very much.
So for structure, I think it'd be helpful if the ad hoc committee and county staff could clarify which documents would be most helpful for us to review and look at as we're discussing the draft ordinance.
I would recommend for the cultivation, you look at the first draft, because we're reverting back to the 10A17 exemptions, and that language is in the first draft. And then the most recent or third draft of the facilities. And what changed there is actually the core language that enables on-site consumption and direct farm sales was omitted from the first document published.
Supervisor Williams, for clarification, which, if we were looking at our online agenda packet, would it be items 1, 2, or 3 that you're suggesting we look at? Or which items should we be looking at? There's quite a few documents here that we've downloaded.
Mr. Chair, it's the draft chapter 2218.
If you didn't hear that, it's the draft 22.18.
And not Appendix A.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that right now we should probably just look at the draft chapter 22.18 and deal with Appendix A afterwards, because that's a whole different topic, I think.
And Chair Jurdy, this is Julia Krog, Planning and Building. I believe your question was which number of the attachments is it on the item online? And it's item 1 would be the draft of chapter 22.18 without the revised sort of exemption language. So I believe that was what Supervisor Williams was suggesting that we look at this time. So it'd be attachment 1, and then the table, which would be the Appendix A, I would actually suggest that we look at attachment 5. On the online agenda.
Okay. So go ahead, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. Okay, so just to be clear, I want to be clear on the process for this. So we make a recommendation today. It goes to the Planning Commission. And in the meantime, there could be some technical changes that would happen, to align it with state language. And then Planning Commission makes a recommendation. It comes back to the board. And then we would have a first reading and then a second reading, and then 30 days before it becomes an effective ordinance. And I guess that's kind of a question just to confirm that that's the process. To Julia Acker-Krog.
Yes, this is Julia Krog, and that's correct. You're right. So this would be Planning Commission hearing. They would provide a report and recommendation then to the Board of Supervisors. There would be a first and second reading at the Board of Supervisors, and then a 30-day period before the ordinance would become effective once adopted at a second reading.
And when do you see it going to the Planning Commission? When is their next meeting?
Sure. So right now they're meeting, and the first meeting in February was canceled, and we're going to have our second meeting in February, which is on the 18th. That would be a little bit too quick for us to be able to turn around this document, even if we receive full board direction today. So I would say that the earliest we could potentially be looking at would be in March.
Thank you.
So does the ad hoc wish to walk us through or county staff, the document, attachment number 1?
If the ad hoc would like, I'm happy to walk through the various sections of the document and see if folks have any different comments on those various sections, but I defer to the direction of the ad hoc.
No, that's fine with me.
Great. So I'll just start off with the very first section, which is section 22.18080, which is the purpose and intent section. This is largely very similar to what you see in 10A17, although there's been some revisions made, and especially in the 4th paragraph down, which reflects that, this ordinance only applies to those that are seeking to cultivate cannabis that are not already permitted or in application under chapter 10A17. I think that's a really important key point to really highlight for the board, because I know that was part of some of the public comment letters submitted with this agenda item. The second section is section 22.18020, which is just the scope of this. And it really just states that this applies to all cannabis land use activities and requires the approval of an administrative permit or use permit for the listed zoning districts as shown in Appendix A. And Appendix A is being the table with the zoning districts listed and the various cannabis cultivation permitting types. And those are aligned with the California Department of Food and Agriculture license types. The next section, section 22.18030, incorporates state regulations. This is an area where staff may be coming back and making some revisions to the document, as right now it very broadly encompasses the entirety of those regulations, whereas staff was intending for a more focused incorporation of those regulations, primarily focusing on the definitions and the permit types, but not necessarily creating a duplicative permitting system. Then section 22.18040 goes into exemptions, and I'm going to just step over that exemption section now based upon the straw poll previously done, unless any of the supervisors wish to comment at this time. So going forward, then we'll move to definitions. So section 22.18050 is definitions. And what you'll see is this is largely condensed down. We took the definitions, and this was a painstaking activity, but we went through and compared our definitions with those in the Business and Professions Code, as well as the California Code of Regulations, and really aligned our definitions as best we could with those of the state. And the ones that you see remaining in here are those that are specific to Mendocino County, or where they needed to be amended from the state regulations, such as department under the state regulations refers to the California Department of Food and Agriculture. We'd like it to refer to our Department of Planning and Building Services. Are there any questions on any of the definitions in there? Seeing none, then I'll keep going. So then we get into the land use permit required. And this is also somewhat duplicative to the section up above. So this is an area where we may see that these are merged together with the scope section. But it really states that unless you're cultivating underneath an exemption under 22.18040, then all commercial cannabis related activities can only be conducted following the issuance of a state commercial cultivation license and an administrative or use permit as required by the table in Appendix A. So that is a section that might be a little bit revised, but we'll be working with council on really refining the language before a planning commission hearing. Then we get into section 22.18.070, which is the cultivation types. This is where we would typically have listed all of the various types of permits that you could apply for with the state, or licenses, I should say, with the state. This is where we are aligning now our permit categories with those of the state. So we will no longer have a difference between how we refer to a license between the local level as we do to the state regulation, or when a cultivator is working with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Then we get into section 22.18080, which is the application process. As I said before, this would really be on the same forms and with the same required information as administrative permits and use permits that exist under Title 20 of County Code. Also required would be a copy of all documentation submitted to the state as part of their application process for obtaining a state commercial cannabis license. And then the second is just that footnote, or adding in basically a placeholder that would allow the department to prepare a guidance document regarding additional studies that may be triggered and when those may be required for CEQA compliance. Section 22.18.090, this is the performance standards. You'll see this is a somewhat of a thin in terms of performance standards, but that's really so we can base it upon the site-specific conditions and ensuring that folks are complying with those both standard and special conditions that may be applied to their site based upon the site-specific conditions. Section 22.18.100 is the required findings. As I mentioned before, there's findings already required underneath the administrative permit and use permit process. These would be in addition, and so staff proposed 6 additional required findings, which is shown in that document. Then section 22.18110 just speaks to the revocation of the permit and stipulates the various actions or activities that could lead to revocation of your land use permit. And then section 22.18120 relates to enforcement. So that is really the full going through the ordinance. I am happy to answer any questions, or if you'd like to review the table, I'm happy to go through that as well.
We have a couple comments. I do think the table would be very helpful for everyone to see, but Supervisor McGorty?
That's what I was going to ask, is if we could go through the table together.
Absolutely. So should I jump into that now, Chair Jurdy, or were there other?
And it would be good if you can share your screen to show the public the table while you're going through it.
Sure. Just pull it up here. And again, for the public who may be viewing on a screen at home, this is attached to the agenda item as attachment 5. So I'm going to go ahead and share. So can everyone see my screen here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So what you're seeing here would be the draft Appendix A, and you can see on the top here we have the various permit types. These align with the state permit terminology, how they refer to their different permit or license types, I guess I should say. Then we have the minimum parcel area. This was previously agreed upon by the supervisors back in October of 2020, and these are the minimum parcel areas that's required in order for you to cultivate cannabis. There are some exceptions, and you'll see those in these footnotes below here that I mentioned, so asterisk 2 and asterisk 3. We found these two asterisks to be very useful in the implementation of phase 1, where if you had a parcel that, we have so many parcels that are non-conforming in terms of their lot size. So being able to have the flexibility to potentially allow for sites that are slightly under in the acreage minimum, but are surrounded by parcels that are of the appropriate size to be able to cultivate a slightly larger area or go for a, sort of higher permit type, if you will. So then we go through I changed the terminology here to limitations because square footage no longer seemed appropriate, given that some of the standards by the state are based upon the number of plants that you have on the site. So I understand in some of the public comments, there may have been a change to the regulations for specialty cottage outdoor, and this may allow up to 2,500 square feet and not just up to 25 mature plants. I was unable to verify that, but I'm sure if that is, the clear and true in state law, then I will go through and amend that before we go to Planning Commission. So the specialty cottage outdoor would be up to 25 mature plants, specialty cottage indoor, 500 square feet or less, specialty cottage mixed light, tier 1 and 2, 2,500 square feet or less. And then you see we keep going with specialty outdoor, less than or equal to 5,000 or 50 mature plants. Then we get specialty indoor, which would be up to 5,000 square feet, same with the specialty mixed light. Then we get into some of the areas where I know there's been more discussion at the board. So this would be the small outdoor was up to 10,000 square feet, small indoor also up to 10,000, small mixed light also up to 10,000. Now nursery, previously the board had a 22,000 square foot limitation here. The state does not appear to have a limitation. So you can see that is why it's blank at this time. And this is what differs from the previous attachment of Appendix A that was attached to the item as attachment 2 on the agenda page. Here we get into what they call medium, but these are some of the largest scale grows that we see within the county, which would be the medium outdoor, the 10,001 square feet to 1 acre in size, medium indoor, 10,001 to 22,000 square feet, and medium mixed light, 10,001 to 22,000 square feet. Now you'll see there's the asterisk 6 here, which is the asterisk footnote, which takes you down to this note here on the table. And this was from the previous board direction back on October 13th of 2020 that parcels in the ag or rangeland zoning district that have a minimum parcel size of 10 acres or larger may cultivate up to 10% of the parcel area. So you'll see that same asterisk 6 was added to the ag district here and to the rangeland district here. The direction at that time was to allow those subject to a major use permit in the rangeland area and a minor use permit in the ag area. Now, there you can see these permit types were the ones discussed previously at the board meeting on October 13th, 2020, and really hasn't changed since that original draft that was reviewed on the screen on October 13th. So are there any questions now that I've given that quick overview of this for anybody?
Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I went back and watched the video session where we had given direction previously, and it was quite painful to review it again. But one of the details that it seemed like the board had agreed on, at least the majority, and then was lost at the time of the motion. And I think it was lost because the supervisor making the motion didn't have access to video. He was phone only and trying to do it from memory, and mostly captured, was almost entirely accurate, was upland residential, I think, was included with the rangeland and ag change. And I guess I'm curious, I can think of some upland residential parcels that are small where that would not be appropriate. And I can think of some that sure look like rangeland. Maybe the zoning was applied in a sloppy way back in the day. What is the planning department's take, given that it's discretionary case by case, does upland residential, should that be included?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Williams. Staff has no objection to including upland residential, subject to, I think we discussed a major use permit would be appropriate to allow for that site-specific review and neighborhood input as well on those types of grows. So staff has no objection.
So Chair Jardy, is it possible to get a straw poll to give staff so that we don't have to include it in the motion, but to clarify, was that our intent previously or is it today?
Well, we do have 2 new board members, but maybe we could discuss this a little bit more. I did want staff to kind of review one item that they did not state, though it was in the chart. You described the different activities that are allowed on 5 or 10 acres or more in size parcels, but maybe for the audience that doesn't have video and maybe listening to this, could you just repeat that even if a parcel is 5 acres, it still needs to be in one of the following zoning districts. So many parcels are in R2, R3, R5, but they are not on this chart. So this chart restricts these activities to rural residential 10, and there are parcels less than 10 acres in size with that zoning. It restricts it to parcels with ag zoning, with rural residential, and this item that we're discussing right now, which is upland residential. Is that not the case?
Yes, you're completely correct, Chair Jardy, and thank you for that clarification. So yes, even though there is the minimum parcel area, you still must be located within one of the allowed zoning districts, and those zoning districts are shown on the table. It is for the rural residential is a factor of the minimum parcel size required. So only those in the rural residential with a 10-acre minimum parcel size standard, so the RR10 zoning, and they must be a minimum of 5 acres in size, would be eligible to cultivate. And then you have the ag, rangeland, upland residential, and then the various industrial districts of the county.
So before we get back to the upland residential, and I don't remember that part of the discussion, but could staff sort of clarify generally where is the upland residential zoning in Mendocino County? And I think it'd be important for the supervisors representing those areas to be aware where those neighborhoods are.
Now, primarily the upland residential zones are in sort of transition areas between agricultural and rangeland areas. So you see them more in some of our outer line areas, but not necessarily in dense urban, sort of urbanized areas.
So by that, do you mean north of Willits, east of Lake Mendocino? I mean, where would you see those on the map?
They would be largely east of Lake Mendocino, and you're right up by Willits and in some of the Laytonville area. And that's really one of the primary areas you'd see, as well as there are some in our inland over by Anderson Valley sort of area too. There are some upland residentials as well. And staff could certainly make a point, before bringing this back for final consideration by the board to include a map of where the UR districts are as well.
Okay, so we could certainly have a straw poll of the board on that. I think it, I think it would be important for the board just to see a map of where the upland residential is, because I don't think it's been a major part of our discussions in the past. I'm not hearing major concerns raised, but I think we should know, and I think the public should know generally where are these neighborhoods prior to adding them to the list.
Chair Jardy?
Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, if we adopt this table as it is, and then we have people from phase 1 who can't get through the regular ordinance in phase 1 and need to go to phase 3, are there areas that would be eliminated, that would be, not able to get through the phase 3 because they wouldn't have something that was permissible in phase 1, but now isn't?
This is Julia Krog, and yes, the issue would be some of the zoning districts that were allowed under phase 1 are not permissible under phase 3. So as it is right now, those folks that would be in one of those zoning districts that is not covered under the phase 3 table would not be eligible to obtain a cultivation permit underneath Title 22.18, and they would essentially have to look to find a new location to operate their business.
So even if it's a smaller than a RR10, those people that maybe they're trying to do everything they can to get legal, to follow all the laws and the ordinance, and they're stuck at some point. And so we're just saying, okay, well, you can't go phase 3. I guess the point is, can we grandfather people in who've been in the phase 1 and are trying, have to go to phase 3? And I guess that's a question for the board, because for me, it seems like the person's been trying and for no fault of their own sometimes, that they should have a pathway, like a grandfather pathway.
I'd like to add a follow-up question to staff. My understanding, I think it's correct, is that under phase 1, someone did not need to show that someone could apply for a permit and they were not sunsetted if they were in R5 neighborhood, unless they were in opted out R5 neighborhood, rural residential 5-acre zoning. But if they were R3 acre or R2 acre or less, they were not allowed to continue unless they were in an opt-in district. And there were a few of those, Laytonville, Leggett, Covelo, opted in on those smaller parcels. So so I guess that's the issue. And personally, I would not like to see neighborhoods that have said, we rejected the opt-in, i.e. Mitchell Creek, Simpson Lane area, which rejected it like 90%, to then have the county give yet one more opportunity for people to continue operating in that neighborhood when the neighborhood said very overwhelmingly they don't want it. Or in an opt-out neighborhood that's R5, such as where Deerwood area, where they voted to not allow new applications. So I think the issue before the board needs to be, is it, as Supervisor Hashak said, for people who are pursuing an application in phase 1, do we give them an opportunity to pursue an application in phase 3 if they're in a neighborhood where they were allowed to continue on, or if the neighborhoods voted them out or did not vote to make commercial cannabis allowable? I would hate to see us go backwards and not respect the will of the voters.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't saying to allow it in the opt-out areas. I'm just looking overall, are there people who have situations outside of the opt-out that would be excluded and we need to consider with the phase 3?
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with what the two of you just stated. This cannot be to reopen the opt-out areas where it's been asked and answered. I don't think it's fair to those communities to raise a new possibility. And I guess out of the 1,100, I'd like to find a way to focus on grandfathering in the ones that have tried to do everything and have found that they can't get through the state CEQA. Part of the reason they can't get through the state CEQA is the county, right? the way we set this up and the timelines, I wouldn't say the county has culpability. This really is the responsibility of the applicant to get through the state process. But we sure didn't help them with this process. We put together an ordinance that just didn't do anything for cultivators as far as state licensing. And so those ones that are really in good faith trying, I'd like to find a way to grandfather them in irrespective of zoning. That may not be all 1,100. It may be some of those 1,100 we haven't heard from in 3 years. And if they haven't taken any steps and the sheriff tells us that they're actually, there's enforcement problems related to, that this embossed receipt has been used for cover for illegal activity that's a problem, I don't know that we should be grandfathering in that activity. So maybe we could hear from the sheriff, how do we do this in a fair way to lasso the people who are operating in good faith, but not just pull in problems from the past to the future?
Sheriff Kendall, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I think one of the things we need to look at is how many of these people are in the program or, in that flux in the program that are actually producing product and then selling it legally. I think that we can take a good hard look at that to begin with, see who's actually paying the taxes on it. Because if we're just providing cover as a county, you pay your fees and then the deputies won't come visit you. That's just, it's not acceptable. And the other thing is these folks who have the embossed receipt, however, have not made the improvements or continuing to do environmental damage, fly under the radar, hoping that they won't experience an enforcement simply because they have an embossed receipt or something like that. That's not acceptable either. When we hear from some of our cannabis manufacturing and sales areas that they can't get marijuana in Mendocino County, that's a problem because they can't seem to come up with the same price point that the black market can. And if people are simply using this to sell it on the black market, then I don't know that we aren't shooting ourselves in the foot right off the get-go. It's not improving things if we aren't seeing people work hard trying to make sure that they have a viable business. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
So as a new member, can you refresh your history a little bit here about, I know that there was a sunset clause in the ordinance at some point, and who was supposed to be sunsetted? How was that supposed to work?
Planning staff can add to this, but basically if you were in rural residential 3, RR3, rural residential 2 or less, you were sunsetted, you had to get your permit, but you eventually had to relocate to somewhere else. I believe the only place in the county where the RR2 neighborhood cultivators are still permitted by the board by a split 3-2 vote of the board over the objections of myself, the district supervisor, and Supervisor Brown. A majority of the board allowed for, I believe, 2 extensions in the Mitchell Creek Simpson Lane neighborhood, even though that neighborhood was sampled and the property owners voted overwhelmingly to oppose it. So in the one neighborhood where one of the few neighborhoods where they were asked, would you like to allow commercial cannabis? The neighborhood said no in very large numbers, and yet the board on a 3-2 vote extended the county business licenses beyond the term everywhere else in the county for that zoning district. So I don't want to see us create yet one more vehicle for people in that zoning district to continue to get county permits when the neighborhood's spoken overwhelmingly against it. And
going along with that, so on an annual basis, how does this work in terms of tracking financial activity and whether people are compliant with the different fees they have to pay to the county?
That's probably a question for county staff to answer. Your question has to do with how do they pay taxes and fees?
I'm kind of curious on how we know what kind of activity is going on, because I mean, there's obviously some people who aren't playing by the rules, and then there are people who are good citizens. And how do we know? Because I kind of agree with the concept that if people are working in good faith and they basically meet the requirements going forward to move them into the phase 3 program. But how do you know who's legitimately working to follow the rules and who isn't?
This is Julia Krog with Planning and Building, and I believe we have Trent Taylor available on the line here. And Trent, I'm wondering if you can answer some of Supervisor McGordy's questions and just provide a little bit of insight into how the county really tries to track some of this.
Yes, Julia, thank you. Absolutely. Through the chair, Trent Taylor, Interim Manager, Code Enforcement Division, also working extensively with the cannabis program in planning and building, and have been involved in the tax process as well with the treasurer tax collector. So there's a couple components to that question, Supervisor McGordy, in that we don't know very much about how an operator with a state provisional license is dealing with their track and trace with the state, because we don't have visibility on that. So how their product is tracked and how much of it and whether they're in compliance or not, we don't have visibility on that as a county. Everybody that's in the program with an application gets a tax bill every year and has for the last several years. There are some people that are in arrears on those taxes, but as last I checked, a very large number of them had paid their taxes to the county. We don't know if they're in arrears with the state taxes. And it's based on the minimum cultivation tax. There's not many that are paying gross receipts tax. And if they were paying gross receipts, it's kind of on the honor system with us, because we don't see what they give the state as far as how their product is moved and the money they've taken in related to that. The other component to the enforcement side or compliance or how people are doing is, there are operators that have done just about everything they can to try to come into compliance with all of their activities on their site, and that not related to the taxes, but related to building structures, grading, environmental issues, et cetera. And then there's some that have done, come in and applied for permits, haven't followed through, also have not, have done other things after getting some permits for some things and then going out and doing other things that require a building or some type of grading permit and went out and did more work. So it's kind of all over the place. I have to say that our viewpoint in code enforcement is a bit biased because we're dealing with the people we get complaints on and the people that are violating, and we don't have a lot to do with the people that are in compliance and not getting complaints or operating otherwise in a good manner. So I hope that answers the question. I can add more if there's other questions. Thanks.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, one of the details that the ad hoc learned, and this may not apply across the board, just like some cultivators make good neighbors and some don't. We don't want to generalize, but what we've heard from a number of cultivators is the legal market may be paying $5.50 a pound, and the illicit market may pay $1,600 a pound. And the county putting such a small limit, it's like telling a grape grower that they can grow 1 acre of grapes. Well, they better optimize and have the best grapes in that 1 acre and market it well, because that's all they have to work with. And that part of keeping this so small, hobby size, some can generate a profit, and we should applaud them. They're doing great work. But others are saying, hey, we're going to be in the red. With 10,000 square feet, you start out at $5.50. The state takes $154 a pound right off the top. You pay the county fees, the county tax, the state tax. You have to amortize the capital expenses. You can't operate profitably. So it may be that some are selling into the illegal market, and I'm not promoting that. I would prefer that they didn't. But it may be that we've created a dynamic where that's the only way they can break even.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, we've been looking at the zoning ordinance and all, this phase 3 ordinance and the tables. I think that some of the questions I have are, the big picture questions about, the transition from phase 1 to phase 3. There's lots of talk about prioritization. How do we do that? Because if people have been in the system trying for 3 years, no fault of their own, and they haven't gotten through, and they need to go, finally they find out that they need to go phase 3, then how do we do that? Do we give them a, first place, do we prioritize them? There's also the question about staffing. What are we going to do about the staffing? Because with the staff we have, it's going to take years and years to get through this phase 3. And would it be right to keep all those people out? So we really need to deal with the staffing issue. Relocation, if a person can't make it in phase 1 in a rangeland site and they want to relocate to a ag land, is that possible using the phase 3? And then, the environmental questions for me are big. And it's, we got that memo from our own Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Council. And they had some recommendations, which I think were very valid, talking about, zones already impacted by commercial or industrial development, no rangeland, some questions about greenhouse, hoop houses, the proliferation of hoop houses, how do we deal with that? What about generators? The recommendation is to not permit generators as a primary source of power. And limit indoor and mixed light to commercial and industrial zones only. I think some of those things, why would you want indoor grows allowed on ag land? It doesn't make sense to me. So I think they had some good points there. But, when we look at water, is it, with the ordinance language for phase 3, it says a place shall have sufficient water. Supervisor Williams and I have talked about limiting water trucks. And we hear all the time about bridges being destroyed, roads being destroyed by the number of water trucks going around this county all the time. So how do we get a hold of those issues in this phase 3 ordinance? And is that something that the Planning Commission needs to deal with? Or do we need to give direction today about those? And I guess that might be a question for the planning and staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. This has been a very long haul with the various phases. I think, we would certainly want to make sure that we are not hasty in opining on what is an appropriate method to resolve some of the concerns there. I think staff, it's, always appropriate. The board can give us direction at any time. I do think when we talk about the phase 1 issues, it's important to really focus and drill down on those. And I'm not sure that today, at least myself personally, was not prepared to discuss the various challenges with the phase 1, was really prepared to discuss phase 3 today. So if the board did seek to give our office direction on this, I would ask that it be rather broad. So that way we could make sure that we're able to work underneath that direction, but come back to the board with some tentative ideas once we've had a chance to digest and really come to a proposal from our end.
So as a follow-up, Julia, are you saying that if we gave broad direction on some of those issues that Supervisor Hashak just raised about limiting the principal use of diesel generators, prohibiting hoop houses in ag land, those issues or any others, are you saying you would want to bring them back to the board before going to the Planning Commission? I guess I was under the impression we had a deadline that would not allow for that.
Sure. I think some of those issues that were brought up by Supervisor Hashak could be incorporated in the draft presently before it goes to Planning Commission. I think thinking larger, more holistically about some of the challenges with the phase 1 applications. Staff would need some pretty broad direction because we haven't really tried to figure out a pathway to handle those phase 1 applications either under phase 3 discretionary permits or looking at some of the balancing of how our staffing issues are going to work through that. So that's really what I meant by maybe coming back at a future meeting if we're discussing phase 1 more specifically.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so one way to tackle this is to avoid the mistake that we made in phase 1 is to not bake it into the ordinance. Unlike phase 1, all of these permits will be issued on a discretionary basis, right? Each one will go before the zoning administrator or the full planning commission, depending on minor or major use permit. And so one place to add these restrictions would be standard conditions that by default get applied for all of these use permit applications. And that gives a little bit more flexibility because the planning commission can tune them. Right? We don't have to think out every case and find their edge cases where the restrictions didn't make sense. There may be some cases where, perhaps one of the restrictions, it's a huge parcel and you can allow a little bit more greenhouse than you would elsewhere. Leave that with the planning commission. But more often, I think they'll add additional requirements. And so perhaps it's possible for us to not direct staff to put it in the ordinance, but give some direction on expectations where the board would like to see cannabis go. Scaling up, hoop houses don't make sense. Economically, when you do larger scale, it just doesn't make sense. I don't think any of us want to see proliferation of plastic in the hillsides. We have enough of that. Water, I think it's already a state requirement that you show proof of adequate water. In an emergency situation, maybe hauling water for a very short time, if a pump breaks, can be allowed, but it can't be a normal course of operations, right? Neighborhoods don't want that. It's not good for the climate. It's not good for our roads. Generators, I imagine we all agree that can't be a source of power. If PG&E goes out for PSPS, okay, you're going to run the generator, but normal course of operations, you're not running generator. So maybe we should have that discussion, but we shouldn't put it in the ordinance because if we're wrong, it's quite a process to change it.
Okay, so we've reviewed the proposed zoning chart, and Supervisor Hashak, you also mentioned possibly thinking of some changes to that zoning chart. Do you have anything specific that you'd like to propose?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going off what Supervisor Williams just said, when would be the time to give that kind of direction to the Planning Commission then if that's the direction we want to go, are we to have that discussion now or is that for a future date? What's the process? And then I'll deal with the table.
Julia, maybe you could give us some guidance on that. Do you need that today or would it be before the Planning Commission either made the recommendation on the ordinance or at least certainly before they would issue their first discretionary permit under the ordinance?
Right, yes. So I think, it would be appropriate to receive direction from you today if there's particular items that you want to see incorporated into the ordinance. If we're talking more about some standard conditions and or I guess almost sort of like a policy by the board. While it would be good to have that now, also remember that the report and recommendation from the Planning Commission affords the board another opportunity to look at this ordinance at that time. I would encourage this board, though, to include those as soon as possible and give staff that direction so that way we can vet if there's any sort of concerns with it, as well as make sure that that is publicized and part of the record going forward through Planning Commission.
Thank you. Okay, so if we're looking at the Appendix A chart, that, the Climate Action Advisory Council recommended that we don't allow indoor except for industrial and commercial properties.
And Supervisor Hashak, while you're discussing this, perhaps, Julie, could you pull that chart back up onto the screen?
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
Okay, continue, Supervisor Hajek.
So according to that recommendation from our Climate Action Advisory Council, that we could eliminate the indoor and mixed light for ag, rangeland, and upland residential. And I would, this whole issue with the 10%, and people were really thrown off by when we adopted it at that meeting in October, because there was no warning about it. It just got sprung on people and there wasn't a chance for real public input. I have only heard one, maybe two people in favor of that and hundreds against that idea about the 10%. Humboldt County has a 1% rule. And so I just think I would like to eliminate that asterisk, number 6, about the 10% rule. And I would like to delete the rangeland, and just keep it for the people who have been grandfathered in. So those are a couple changes, 3 changes I would like.
Supervisor Haschek, are those changes intended to benefit the legacy cultivators?
Well, I think they're intended to help our environment to not expand the rangeland and just all the consequences we've seen and we will see with the 10% rule. And so I think that they're environmentally sound. I think they're recommended by the Climate Action Advisory Committee. And that's what people, the Covelo, the Round Valley area MAC was unanimous in opposing the 10%. And these are people from all walks of life in Covelo, Round Valley, So I just don't see a reason to do it. I think it's environmentally bad it will be destructive to our environment.
Would the same apply to hemp, given that it's the same plant?
Well, I believe so. If we were growing hemp on that scale up in rangeland or, places where, I can see ag land, all that, but anyway, that's, I don't think it's valid to go to 10%. I don't think it was well researched. I think that it would be a disaster.
Supervisor McGordy.
So one of the things I really haven't heard in a lot of the cannabis discussion is really sort of a macroeconomics about what does this industry really look like, and what is its potential for expansion? What where do we set? And certainly I'm aware of it with the wine grape industry because we've kind of reached, I think, a saturation point. And we kind of go back and forth and we fluctuate about every 8 to 10 years. We need to lose about somewhere between 30 to 50,000 acres of the 600,000 or so acres that are planted in the state. And just for fun, I just wanted to see where does cannabis stand as a crop in California right now. And what I discovered is that it's probably, in terms of farm gate value, is number 4. It's according to Wikipedia, it's worth about $3.1 billion. They figure that there's about 14 million pounds that are produced in the state. And they admit that probably only about 20% of it is going through sort of conventional channels. So I've heard numbers, and of course, it's really hard to get anything real on this, but the numbers that I'm getting is that probably about 5,000 acres of cannabis could provide most of the state with the cannabis that we would need for both medical and personal use. And maybe another 30,000 acres would be useful if we had a legal market in the rest of the United States. So the grand total would be, the guesstimate is 35,000 acres, which acreage-wise puts us right about with strawberries. We're very similar in industry. And in fact, strawberries become sort of the number 4 crop in the state in terms of farm gate value. So I understand that some of the counties that are also allowing the legal growing of cannabis, such as Lake County, are allowing up to 10% of their acreage to be planted. And it kind of fits into a different model of where you have, a larger volume of production, which probably would be mechanized, and the price of cannabis would come down because of that. And so what I'm wondering is, we look at kind of restricting acreages, saying that no more than 1 acre, is whether or not Mendocino County is going to go into that business, or where are we going to fit? And I don't know what kind of conversations have gone on the board level, but certainly I think the industry has real ideas about there being kind of a handcrafted heritage industry that would be like Napa Valley. And then the processors that we have set up here already are looking for inexpensive sun-grown cannabis that is, $400 to $500 a pound. And I'm just curious how much discussion is really taking place, and where do we think Mendocino County should be, and what kind of an industry should we have? That really would drive kind of our land use plans accordingly.
Supervisor Williams?
I would add that we should keep light of our role in this process. Our role is not to make businesses successful or one group benefit while another doesn't. The role of planning is to decide on compatible uses, right? And then the environmental impacts, that comes out on a discretionary basis. The applicants have to prove that their project meets environmental standards case by case. And going before the full planning commission, this is not going to be an easy feat. These are not given out, just as a blanket policy for anybody with the matching land. But I think one of the mistakes the board has made in the past is focusing on essentially rigging the market. And that's not the role of government. The role of government is to make this opportunity available and let the market run with it and see what's successful. And so, should there be scale? Should there not be scale? It shouldn't be based on trying to save existing businesses. That's not our job. And I know that my heart is with the small farms. I want to see them succeed. I just think this is a misuse of policy. It's inherent when we make zoning changes that there will be an economic impact, but the economic impact or the potential economic impact should not be the driving force behind our decision making.
Supervisor McGordy.
And I wanted to add a couple of other things too that on this issue that I've been thinking about. And you bring up hemp, and hemp is a really interesting discussion because you can buy crop insurance for hemp. It's recognized by the U.S. Department of Agriculture as one of the commodities that qualifies for the farm program. And it's identical to cannabis. And we are working on an ordinance to allow it. And 1 acre is not going to cut it. I mean, if you're going to grow hemp and expect to make any money on it, an acre is not enough. You probably even 10 acres is limited because the value of the crop is so different. And yet, botanically, it's the same plant. It's got a different set of chemicals in it. So, I realize that if we do it in Mendocino County, there's going to be a few conditions. One of them being that we really will want feminized clones, so we're not producing seed in our other cannabis production. And, it's going to be harvested for CBDs. And I don't honestly know enough about the process, whether it's flowers only or foliage or how we're going to do it. I just know that it probably, again, it's going to have to be a high value crop. And that's been kind of the tradition in Mendocino County, is that we've always had limited arable land, and we've always drifted towards crops that are worth a lot of money. And it started with hops and prunes and pears and grapes, and cannabis is now kind of in line. And I see a lot of mixed reactions to my farmer friends, including grape growers, that some of them want to grow cannabis because they're not making any money growing grapes, and the market looks terrible, and I don't see things coming down the pike that are going to be better for them. And they would even be happy for a lease arrangement, where they could set aside land and if it met all their CEQA requirements and it was ag land and they had adequate water, they could see about having one or more tenants, very much like the strawberry industry does in Watsonville and Salinas, where most of the land is owned by somebody else and is leased by tenant farmers. And, you know, that's a model that really hasn't been looked at in Mendocino County. We've always thought about land ownership, and when the industry had to be sort of hidden from law, it was out in the hills where environmentally it really had a huge impact. But, you know, now there's an opportunity to, if we allow it, to bring it out into places where it could be grown on agricultural land with much less impact, still be distant enough away from communities so they're not having to deal with the odors and the other unpleasantries of agriculture that they don't like. And I think that's what's kind of in front of us today is, you know, where do we want to go? Do we want a cannabis industry? Because it's not going to look like it did 10 years ago, where basically it was back in the hills and places that probably wasn't the ideal place to grow it. And, you know, that's what I'm thinking as an agriculturalist.
Okay, Supervisor Hatchak, you raised your hand at some point.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, this is a good discussion because we do need to look at the macro level and what is our vision. And I see this as laying out a vision for our county. And do we open it up for, you know, the Walmart, the expansive grows, or do we still maintain and go for this niche market and limit it and be environmentally sound and comprehensive? We've got two major watersheds that are impacted by the cannabis grows. And so the question is, where do we go with it? And do we open it up and just let everyone come in and the well-financed, well-heeled people take over? Or do we maintain the sense of niche market and keep the size down? And I favor that.
Chair Jordy, do we have a straw poll on both the 10% and upland residential?
Sure. I would like us to get a little more information in the form of a map for the upland residential. I do not believe much of it is in my district, but I think those of you who have more of it in your districts might want to see a map before you commit to it. But on the 10%, maybe we could have a straw poll on that. So is everyone familiar with the Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm surprised at kind of the direction of the conversation today. I've been very following the Board of Supervisors, and I do believe that we are headed down a path to move on to phase 3. I watched the February meeting again. I watched the October meeting again. The Board of Supervisors last year approved moving forward with a lot of the recommendations that we're seeing today. So I'm just surprised at this sort of halting that I'm hearing, and I find that interesting. So I just wanted to mention that.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I wanted to go back to the 10% thing again, too, because it surprises me, too, because, I mean, in Lake County, they're moving ahead with this, and people are getting major use land permits, and they're allowing up to 10% of 200-acre agriculture parcels for cannabis. And I don't know that I'm necessarily saying, oh, yeah, that's exactly what we need to do, but I just want everyone to know that's going on around us. I wanted to weigh in a little bit on properties that are zoned for rangeland, because there's a surprising number of properties that are zoned for rangeland that we grow wine grapes on that are already cleared. I don't advocate clearing oak forests to grow anything. So as far as rangeland goes, if we were to grow on it, I would only want it in places that are already cleared, have water developed, and are involved in intensive agriculture already. So I think that there's a case to make for that. I would not be okay with expanding it into rangeland where we start cutting roads and cutting down oak trees. I think that would be wrong-headed, really, for any commodity or crop, because our rangelands tend to be oak woodlands, and they tend to be some of our most biodiverse forests that we have here in Mendocino County. And even though they're not as exciting as giant redwood trees, they have a huge amount of biodiversity in them and need protection.
Supervisor McCourty, I think those points are exactly the kinds of points that planning staff would probably appreciate from us if we proceed with phase 3 as envisioned in the rangeland, to make clear that if it's the board's intention that we're not talking about clearing rangelands to accommodate cultivation, that it's to utilize rangeland parcels that are already developed in some fashion. I think that's the kind of direction the planning staff would appreciate.
Okay. And then as far as it goes to 10% and where do we put the upper limits, I can't tell you, because again, some of that is going to be decided by what does the industry look like tomorrow. If we go back and look at what wine grapes looked like in 1936 when Prohibition was lifted, they were head pruned, they were grown on hillsides. The big breakthrough is they had little Caterpillar diesel tractors that could go up and down the hill, so they didn't need horses and mules. So I have no idea really what's going to happen next. I just know that American farmers are extraordinarily creative with mechanization. I suspect that is what is going to happen with the cannabis industry, because labor is expensive. And what will make economic sense, our largest vineyards in Mendocino County are single parcels are not much bigger than maybe 100 acres, but collectively they're businesses that farm up to 1,200 acres or so. So I don't really know what's going to make sense for kind of a future cannabis project, and it's a little hard for us to be sitting here making regulations without really having a better sense of where's the industry going? What is it going to look like, and what is it going to be? And I kind of agree with the commentary that Ted made about how we don't really want to be favoring one business over the other. We just want to be taking a look at, is this something that's right for our county? Is it something that we can help stimulate growth, tax base, jobs, without losing all the things that we love about the county?
I want to go to Supervisor Williams. I also want to go to Supervisor Mulhern. And before we go to a break, I think we should take a break before we go to public comment, given the hour. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'd also like to see that upland residential map. I think that was a really good idea. And I wonder if Glenn could also comment on it. I think he's probably has the most in-depth knowledge about farming in these parcel zonings. And what I saw was, well, it's between ag and rangeland. And so if we're considering on a discretionary basis allowing rangeland and ag, why not the in-between? Is there a reason to hold back on that, or do you think it should be included?
I think it's, as usual, a site-by-site basis. So I'd be a little careful looking at some of our upland residential properties tend to be on soils that sometimes aren't really conducive for farming. A lot of blue oak woodland. But I think if it's cleared, if it's not mostly oak woodland and it's already kind of in pasture use or something, then it should be looked at and considered. That's another thing for us to think about is slope and soil quality if we're going to expand into other larger parcels. Just as in the wine business, we found out that not every single pasture made a good vineyard because some of it was on serpentine soils that are very unstable and inherently infertile, and in some cases toxic to plants. So these are kind of details that kind of need to be worked out, I would hope, during the application basis. So, but I would include upland residential if that's, I'd take a look at the maps, figure out where they are, and at least examine it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern, did you want to add anything before we go to a break?
No, I have been, like I said, I've been following this discussion, and I think that the use permit process on a site-by-site basis is really going to be what's going to give us the best cultivation sites as a county, having to go through the state permitting process and make sure that all your documents are in line. I definitely agree with that. One of the questions that I have is of the 1,100 applicants or 1,000 so that we have in phase 1, how many would be able to apply for phase 3? And going into this discussion again today, I'm surprised to hear in my opinion, I thought we were discussing phase 3 today, and we would be coming back and discussing phase 1 at a later date or coming up. And it sort of sounded like in the beginning of the conversation that if people in phase 1 couldn't make it through phase 3, then they were out of the loop. And I hope that that's not the case. So if somebody could clarify that, I would appreciate it.
So I'd like planning staff to clarify it, but my understanding is the way it's drafted right now, if you're in a zoning district that will allow cultivation, you could, and you were an applicant or phase 1, you could apply. But if you were an applicant in a zoning district where it's not intended by the county for cultivation to continue, i.e. residential neighborhoods, then yeah, you were not going to be allowed to apply under phase 3. But that's my understanding of how the ordinance is written right now, and that's what I would support.
Through the chair, this is Julia Krog. And I want to just agree that basically the intention behind the ordinance is that if you are in a zoning district that's not covered under the draft table in Appendix A and meeting the acreage minimum, you cannot necessarily come in underneath this phase 3 ordinance. So this is really meant to be focusing new cultivation activities to the zoning districts and the parcel areas that the board deems are appropriate for that type of activity and at a particular permit level. And that's, as shown in that chart.
Yeah, so I still need clarification though that, so somebody that's in phase 1 that has less than 5 acres, but is in a zone that is in the new table, is there a path forward to that for them, or are you saying that we're not going to be having more conversations about phase 1? That's what I'm confused about.
So maybe for clarification, so Supervisor Mullen, you're saying they're in one of those zoning districts that's on the table, but they have less than 10 acres for some reason.
Yeah, they don't meet the thresholds, the new requirements for phase 3 for new applications.
Well, so what on that table are you raising a concern? Because they're allowed to have only 5 acres, even though if there are 10, if they're ag lands, if they're rangeland, upland residential, they can have as little as 5 acres. You're saying they're in one of those zoning districts, but they have less than 5 acres. Is that your concern?
Yes, generally my concern is that, unbeknownst to me when we started this conversation, it doesn't sound like everybody from phase 1, that is going to be an ongoing conversation. And that's a surprise to me as well today. So that's what I'm looking for. Maybe that's from the ad hoc. I understand that the board has worked on phase 3 and being able to move forward with either new cultivators or cultivators from phase 1 that could apply for the zoning districts as outlined in Appendix A. I want to make sure that the county and the Board of Supervisors are going to continue looking at the applicants from phase 1 that may not qualify in phase 3 and trying to figure out if there's a path forward for them. And I'm not talking about people that are in opt-out districts. I'm talking about anybody else that has a permit or an embossed receipt at this point that is following the rules and is paying their taxes. I just want to make sure that we're going to continue working on that as well, and that it's not either or.
Second.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So there have been a discussion of a few different issues with respect to the phase 1 applicants or permittees. And I know the board is sort of deciding what direction it wants to go on some of these now, but it would just help me a little bit in terms of understanding board direction if we could maybe have a little bit of a separate distinction between what happens to say those permit applicants who have obtained a permit under phase 1 and want to continue to operate under that even after we've implemented phase 3 versus those that may have applied for phase 1 but might ultimately be denied a permit even if they're allowed to grow with an embossed receipt because there's some defect in their application, or ultimately, they simply don't meet the criteria under the phase 1 ordinance to cultivate. And just when we're talking about the direction that the board wants to go on that, it may help a little bit for staff to be able to distinguish between those two, because as it stands right now, we might have different consequences. For example, for someone who has obtained a permit under phase 1, is cultivating there, and then might be grandfathered in by operation of law after certain changes are made to the zoning ordinances, versus those that might be growing right now under phase 1, but have not actually obtained their permit, are still in the process, but might ultimately be denied because it's determined that they don't meet criteria and they are not entitled under the existing ordinance.
Maybe planning staff could give a bigger overview here, but if we just step back a little bit, it seems to me that when we originally talked about phase 1, we created a doorway for people who were cultivating prior to January 1st, 2016, and only those people to apply for permits with the county. Now with phase 3, it was envisioned that when this phase came in, that people who had not been out cultivating, had no proof of prior cultivation, could come in and apply. And it somewhere between step 1 and step 3, there's been something of a consensus that some of the applicants, if not a majority, in phase 1, for any number of reasons, were not going to get their permit. Either they couldn't meet the county's setback requirements, or just had some mitigation or some issues that need to be mitigated, and our permit program under phase 1 did not allow for mitigations to resolve issues. Now it's being viewed that phase 3 process might be a better process for some of those applicants in phase 1. So now this issue is really coming up. But I guess the question though is, to what extent do we want to be encouraging people in residential neighborhoods, whether they were in phase 1 or not, to keep applying for a county permit? I mean, if they're in a residential neighborhood, I think the community has been very clear, unless there's an exceptional residential neighborhood. We found that in Leggett, Laytonville, Covelo, Round Valley. We haven't found it anywhere else in Mendocino County that wanted a residential neighborhood that said, we want commercial scale cultivation taking place here, and have stepped forward. Those 3 neighborhoods did. In all the other neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods that have spoken up, they've rejected it. So it seems to me we need to be very cautious about giving further life to commercial cultivation in residential neighborhoods unless the neighborhood has specifically said they wanted it. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think the intent was with the phase 1 was an existing industry. And it was never envisioned that phase 1 would be for 3 years and then that's it. No chance of applying to continue. And yet that's what we're up against now, because probably 90%, maybe more, of phase 1 will not get their state license. And by end of year, 11 months from now, they're basically out of business. So what do we do with 1,100 farms? Some of them are not acting in good faith. Some of them don't respond to the county. We haven't heard from them in well over a year. I'm not going to argue that we need to carry them along into phase 3 and give opportunity. But for those that have done everything and simply found that the county had a bad ordinance that didn't align with state law, do we really want them going out of business? They're going to continue cultivating now in the illegal market, which creates an enforcement problem we can't solve. And we lose millions of dollars of revenue, which arguably has gone to the sheriff's office and will continue as long as we receive it. So I think Mo's right. We do need a transition plan, but focused on those who have acted in good faith.
Well, I think we would need information from planning staff or the cannabis division to tell us where these applicants in phase one are. How many are in each of the following zoning districts?
It's going to take us probably a couple minutes to pull up any sort of information about what zoning districts the various applicants in. Maybe that's information we can come back to after the break that the board suggested.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we're overdue for a break for staff. It's, let's see. So anyway, it's about 3:40 at this point. Let's come back at 5 minutes before 4 o'clock. 4 minutes to 4, and I think it's really appropriate that we go to public comment at this point. Can we go to the callers?
Yes, we can. We'll bring them in. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. We'll bring them in one at a time. And just as a reminder, all callers have 3 minutes. We're just getting our visual timer queued up.
Hello?
Yes, caller, you can start speaking. Please state your name for the record.
Could you please start my time over? Oh, thank you. My name is David Palma. I'm a local realtor here in Mendocino County. Want to let you know that I grew up here since 1990, and this is my area of the world that I care about. I own a local company here in town, a real estate company, and I have watched our other local county real estate industries flourish after expansion being adapted into their regulations. With that being said, I'd like to speak on and support some adapting Phase 3 ordinance. These are some topics I'd like to make attention to. With the real estate market flourishing due to Phase 3 adoption, it will have direct impact into the local economy and bring more spending dollars to local businesses, et cetera. It will also have a large impact on property taxes for the county. I'm sure we all remember the days where backcountry growers move into a parcel of land and make no notion to preserving the environment. As a realtor, I spend half of my time driving out backcountry roads, showing large ranches. The most disturbing aspect of this, and quite embarrassing, is the site plots that have been abandoned and or currently poorly operated by unregulated growing processes. This not only has a huge impact on environmental and water resources, but on real estate value as well. Phase 3 reflects state standards of environmental and water resource protection. This is not only common sense, but a necessity for our county to pour its energy into adopting. I believe life is about anticipation and planning for the future, and we must make this a priority for our communities. I think that normalizing cannabis as an agricultural crop will help encourage people to get out of the hills with steep grades near our watersheds and into the areas where they can perform and operate on land zoned with agricultural with less environmental impacts. Until we allow expansion, ag parcels will be too expensive, as mentioned earlier, Board of Supervisors, for cultivators to grow only 10,000 square feet. For the first time in my career, I've seen real money come into our county. I've been showing and writing offers for investors with capital backing to be able to afford, hire local people, and hire more jobs in our community. This is very exciting for me. I'd also like to make notion on an item that I believe has a huge positive impact of across the board on both real estate values as well as agritourism in our county, as well as bringing in transient tax for those traveling to our areas. I can see Mendocino County having the same economical benefits through agritourism as Napa County has for wine. Allowing on-site retail and consumptions will do just that. Lastly, it is important to see the county flourish, to see cannabis industry thrive. If we do not pass this today, we will allow provisional cannabis permits to expire. Mendocino County have no cannabis program, a way to participate in completing the industry. Are you willing to?
Okay, do you have another speaker?
We have Carol Hester on the line.
Carol, you'll need to click *6 to unmute your phone.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, so if you have speakers, computer speakers right next to you, just turn those all the way down. And then go ahead and speak. Not off, just down.
You're gonna need to click *6 again.
Are we there?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your time serving on our behalf. And to the new supervisors, I would say, like Dr. Spock, live long and prosper. I'm speaking on behalf of two families. The first, I will read a letter on behalf of the Allenbaugh family, Todd and Misty Allenbaugh, who could not be here. I quote, "Dear Board of Supervisors, we live on Riedemeyer Road. We have spoken to this board numerous times over the last 4 to 5 years against having marijuana grows in our rural residential neighborhood. We find it reprehensible that at this late juncture you would even consider removing the safety nets we fought so hard to enact. We have children at home. You will be putting them at risk and lowering our property values. We certainly hope we have misunderstood the current board's intentions in this matter at this very late date. Things should remain as they are. Sincerely, the Allenbaugh family." That's number one. And number two is a letter that I submitted from my husband, Ted, Hester, and I. We live in Deerwood, and I will just read a piece of this. "We are disturbed to see the changes in the final draft of item 3B, which removes cannabis cultivation protections from our rural residential neighborhoods. We strongly oppose the changes proposed that were in this presented one, and I've been here the whole time listening to your discussion. It seems that growers and sympathizers of those wanting to grow medicinal and adult use cannabis cultivation in residential neighborhoods have not comprehended that we want our homes to be protected from the creeping effects of this plant. And I'm talking air quality, guard dogs, on and on. And I sent y'all pictures of some of the plants that we have seen. We've been here before. We're troubled to have to repeatedly ask y'all to maintain the protections we've worked so hard for. So we would just ask that you maintain these protections. We're not asking for anything new, but just keep our current protections in place. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I'm less than 3 minutes. Bye."
Okay, do we have another speaker? Do you have another speaker?
He's on the line. He just needs to unmute himself.
Mr. Slota, you can speak whenever you're ready. Just unmute yourself to speak. If you're calling in, you'll press *6. And if...
Yes. Hello, am I online? Hello?
You are.
Hello? Hello?
We're getting a lot of feedback.
Yes, hello.
So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next caller while Mr. Slota sorts out his technical difficulties.
Hannah Nelson. Unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Hannah Nelson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for taking up these important issues. My memo outlines some specific technical changes that I would request that the board direct staff and the ad hoc to work with me to make in the various ordinances that are proposed, regardless of the larger issues. And I'm not going to go into those details because a number of issues have come up this afternoon that I really feel need to be addressed and need to be clarified. First off, the proposals of MCA and some of the supervisors regarding figuring out a way to have phase one operators continue to operate if they are in good standing and were within parameters of phase one in no way jeopardizes neighborhoods or would change the opt-out or sunset provisions. Rather, it would be allowing for those operators to, for lack of a better word, be grandfathered in to the zoning charge under the same circumstances that they applied for phase one. And even if they apply for any additional benefits, if they're eligible to under phase three, they wouldn't be able to conduct those operations until they went through the entire phase three process. What we're really trying to do is accomplish a way that their existing operations can continue, nothing more, nothing less. If some of the language that's been used and some of the concerns here regarding whether or not somebody's legitimate or not, I mean, this is outrageous. This is a business license. This is a land use operation. It's a regular permitting process, and no other industry is presumed to be illegitimate before they even go through any process. Additionally, this is an industry that last year alone provided $6 million in taxes to this government and to the county services. Whereas on the other hand, the current cannabis program in its prior iterations have miserably failed to conduct the basic provisions of the program. I have clients who've been asked between 1 and 5 times for the same information because the county kept losing it or losing track that it had it. I also have clients who were issued permits without the proper review being conducted and now are being asked to go back and have that review conducted. As a result of all these failures in the past of the cannabis program, there has to be a way to protect these people going forward. And the reality is, and I think that perhaps Supervisor Jurdy doesn't understand this, is that it's not about a failure of them to qualify under the provisions of phase one within the county's provisions. It's about the fact that the sensitive.
Next on the line is Joe Rogaway.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Rogaway. I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County, and we support the proposed ordinance amendments. We believe that these will add to a lot of jobs locally, increase tax revenues, and will do so while maintaining health, safety, and environmental standards. So we support these changes, and thank you for your time.
Next on the line is Ian Powell.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chair and the members of the board. My name is Ian Powell. I'm president of Yoqueo Ranch, Hensley Creek Holdings, and Mendocino Grasslands. I'm proud to say that my family's been in Mendocino County for 4 generations. Our company owns a 144-acre farm outside of Ukiah that has an event facility as well as 2 licensed cannabis grows and a nursery. We're surrounded by vineyards and work cooperatively with our neighbors in an environmentally responsible manner. We have invested millions of dollars into the facility in order to cultivate cannabis. We currently employ a small team of 10, but if we're allowed to expand our company, we will continue to expand our workforce, creating more local jobs. It is important to us to collaborate with other cannabis companies, including farms, distributors, and retail storefronts, to promote our county as a brand like Napa did with wines. We have an opportunity to brand Mendocino County as a nationally recognized location for sourcing quality, clean cannabis, but we need the supply to support this brand. Mendocino County is already recognized by California distribution companies and testing labs as having the cleanest cannabis in the state, but there's not enough supply to support their needs. It's our goal to support companies like Leaf, Henry's, Flocana, who have already chosen to locate in Mendocino County because they recognize that the climate, the cleanliness of the soil, and the experienced cultivators that are in our area produce a quality product that cannot be found elsewhere. These companies and others have invested in our and are growing their businesses in our county. And if we don't allow cultivators to expand like the rest of the state, we're risking these companies and cultivators to move elsewhere, also taking their tax dollars with them. Furthermore, it's been a dream of ours to create a cooperative dispensary of legacy farmers in Mendocino County to provide a space where we can all come together and showcase our county's heritage growers and their product. With our event center, Yoqueo Ranch, we have the ability to bring people to a boutique bed and breakfast where we could have an on-site sales and a tasting room, just like the wine industry does. It could and will help grow tourism in our county. We'll have the ability to bring people from other areas and show them how special our county is, the diversity of our farming practices, and make it both an educational and recreational experience. As part of our effort to make coming to Ukiah and Mendocino County a more enjoyable experience through these tough COVID times, my partner and I invested in a new restaurant downtown Ukiah called Left Coast. We've shown that we're dedicated to the future of the city and the county. I'm excited for the opportunities that this ordinance gives to my company and our county as a whole. The possibilities of Canada tourism will provide profitable experience for our local businesses and service and hospitality industries. We could be the destination for cannabis, just like Napa is for wine.
Next on the line is Michael Katz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Michael Katz, the Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We hope that our proposed motion will be seriously considered as a comprehensive solution for the items being discussed today. Our submitted memo was specifically updated after our conversations with each supervisor to account for each of their concerns. No small residential neighborhoods in which cannabis cultivation were sunsetted or opted out would be affected whatsoever. Our focus with these recommendations is to protect the continuity of existing operators who have been endangered by the inability of the county program to secure them a local annual permit in a timely manner, which was a necessary prerequisite for an annual state license. These essential businesses have paid roughly $6 million in cultivation taxes last year alone. We believe that what we are proposing, if implemented together, constitute a real solution for both existing and prospective operators, as well as specific mechanisms designed to make Phase 3 permitting more efficient, environmentally sound, and effective for all. It in no way advocates to reverse any existing opt-out zones. It is not favoring Phase 1 over Phase 3. It is about satisfying the county's responsibilities to the current cohort of existing operators that have paid into the system and making sure that the businesses and revenue for the county is not interrupted. Please give each of the following recommendations consideration today. Several of them have already been brought up by various supervisors without any stated opposition. Please do not let this get lost in the shuffle. Specifically, we ask that you move the recommended action with the following revisions and additional direction to staff. 1, put the right staffing resources in place to manage Phase 3 and Phase 1 concurrently. Current staffing has proven insufficient for the needs of the program, and it is clear that additional support will be needed. 2, allow relocation for current permits to more suitable properties to decrease the number of Phase 1 operators that may have to go into Phase 3, thus reducing the potential logjam. 3, allowing existing operators in all zones disallowed in Phase 3, except for sunsetted or opted out areas, to be eligible to transition from Phase 1 to Phase 3 permitting if needed and if in good standing under Phase 1. Not doing so would put many existing businesses out of business. Ensuring that all phase one operators have continuity of business operations while waiting for their application to be processed in phase three. Redress the continued delay of current applicants and any improper approval of some permits by creating an application window in phase three, which is specifically geared to addressing the negative impact of those failures. The county has responsibility to existing operators to provide them their pathway to phase three and allow existing cultivation to come into the program and TPZ and FL to be eligible for phase three permitting. We believe that all of these recommendations are crucial to the development of a viable cannabis program.
Next on the line is Monique Ramirez.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Monique Ramirez representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We really hope that our recommendations will be considered in the memo we drafted and submitted to the board. We want to reiterate our position on the expansion discussion and not allow the 10% of an acreage of parcel size to be allowed for cultivation at this time, especially given the fact that the state doesn't even allow for this type of permit to exist until 2023. So we should definitely not be discussing this at this time. And unless there's going to be opportunities for everyone in the phase one section, like we need to allow them to be able to expand as well if we're going to even talk about that. And so our recommendation is to allow for 22,000 square feet for all outdoor operators in both phase one and phase three. We feel that's more equitable and fair. And if this 10% allowance of acreage is going to move forward, we want to see regenerative farming practices put in place as a standard to make farms accountable for the environment. We do want to circle back around with the personal and medical use that was discussed earlier. And although we appreciate not wanting to discuss that today because there's other issues that are much more important, we do want to say that we definitely want to circle back around and remove the requirement that personal plants must be deducted from the canopy of a licensed commercial grow. We believe that that's something that definitely needs to be discussed further in another future agenda item of the board. And we just need to see a workable pathway for everyone in phase one, and I hope that we will see TPZ and forest land and RR5 parcels that are under phase one that will not be able to get permitted through that process, be able to use the opportunity of phase three for a land use designation if that's the route they have to go, and continue to still operate. Otherwise, if you guys accept the phase three table as it stands, my personal farm won't be eligible if I can't use the Appendix G pathway because I'm on forest land like many others. So please do not forget about us. We've been in your program since 2017. My farm has given over $6,000 just in permit fees alone, not to mention my tax or my sales tax for many years. So please don't forget about small farms. Our heritage is a legacy producing region. Thank you so much.
Next on the line is Sandra Berman.
Hello, everyone. This is Sandra Berman from River Valley. I just wanted to say again, this is such a big topic. Whatever is decided with cannabis, especially phase three in our county, is going to affect every corner of this county. And it's going to take time. We need a lot of public comment. Every time I tune into a supervisor meeting or town hall, there's more new voices, and we just need to have a lot of public comment before we make decisions. And I think the supervisors, especially the new supervisors, need time to understand and meet their constituents. And I really thought that Supervisor Haschak, I really thought you made some great points. I know you spent a lot of time with Supervisor Williams. Also, I think you really understand the situation and what is at stake and what the problems are. We definitely need more staff before we go into phase three. There's like hardly any staff in the cannabis unit as it is. And so we need more staff. Let me think more. The environment is so important here as we think about scaling up. I mean, everything is shifting so much. This might go federal. Everything is shifting so quickly. We just need to kind of focus on Mendocino County and your constituents, and talking to your constituents and talking to the cannabis industry and those outside of the cannabis industry. Yeah, so kind of losing my point, but you know, people talk about making this like Napa, and I'll remember a couple of years ago, somebody said, this is not like Napa. This is like Bordeaux. This is the, you know, the epicenter of cannabis for the entire world. And we're not like Salinas. This is not Lake County. This is Mendocino County. Let's not sell ourselves short. This is really important, and it's an important plant. It can't be compared to hardly anything. So thank you all for taking the time to hear our voices, and I hope we can continue to come up with a good ordinance together like we did the first time, and it took a lot of time. So thank you.
Next on the line is Shane Osborne.
Hi, this is Shane Osborne. I'm with Sequoia Management, Soul Grow. I'm up in Redwood Valley. I have been growing in the county for over 14 years. I started up in the mountains, and then when the county opened up legalization, I moved down and started going for full legalization and moving forward and complying in every way that I can with the county. And being in this business and seeing the economies of scale that other counties are able to have with large cultivation, we are very limited here in Mendocino with how we are able to compete. If you do the financials on a 10,000 square foot grow, it doesn't pan out. We need so much infrastructure in order to produce a quality product and to produce a quality pound to sell on the market. Well, 10,000 square feet doesn't allow us to build the infrastructure, the drying facilities, and the equipment that we need in order to compete in the market. And the notion that Mendocino is controlling at all the market and pricing that's just false. The state is moving past us, other counties are moving past us, and Mendocino has the best opportunity to be a main player in this beautiful product. And I'm just hoping that the board can recognize that we farmers need an economies of scale in order to move forward. This last year, one other thing I wanted to point out is, you know, I hate plastic. I'm an organic farmer. If we're able to increase the square footage, we don't have to use hoop houses anymore. We don't have to, in that 10,000 square feet, just try to get all these different cycles in. And if we're able to row out our crops, the cannabis crop, we'll be able to get rid of plastic. And furthermore, it's going to look great for Mendocino. I did some rows this last year, and in the fall time, it's beautiful seeing some rows of cannabis in the different colors. And I have vines as well. And side by side with the vines, we really have something special here in Mendocino that we can have with our landscape, having rode out cannabis. And I just wanted to give that's my comment.
Next on the line is Sheila Jenkins.
Afternoon, Supervisors. The majority of your constituents have historically been opposed to a plan that expands cannabis into our rangelands. We think it offers more cost to us than benefit. And the Biden administration and the Sierra Club are promoting a plan to do just the opposite of this. They want to see more land protected from development, not less. They have proposed that 30% of our lands and waters be conserved. They call it the 30-30 plan, and it's an effort to try and promote biodiversity and stem the alarming rate of extinctions from climate change. We have that 30% with our rangelands, and it should be protected, not opened up to more destructive practices on steep land like roading. Species are going extinct at an alarming rate, and we just lost our forest. Almost 1 million acres of wildlife habitat gone. We have decimated our salmon fisheries because of cumulative impacts and bad policy that exceeds the carrying capacity of the land. We simply don't have the water here. One look at Lake Mendocino should tell you that we've already overallocated our water. There's a lot of talk here today about scaling up, which just seems so out of touch with our reality. Our rivers are running too hot, too shallow, and choked with toxic algae to the point that we don't even want to swim in them anymore. And climate change will be worse in the future, not better. Cannabis uses a lot of fertilizer and a lot of water. I've heard some of you acknowledge this fact, but I have yet to hear a remedy. Your zoning district chart may look good on paper, but what are you proposing be done about the toxic algae problem and our lack of water? The very extraction of water from our hillsides will dry them out, and they are already parched from drought. People make stupid mistakes that cause fires. We've already lost almost 1 million acres of forest. Do we want to set up our rangelands to burn too? Excuse me a second. Next page. Here we are. In conclusion, I think you need to take our rangelands off the table in order to deal with climate change and get realistic about our limited water resources and the cumulative impacts of all of this. We want our rivers and our salmon back, so please don't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Next on the line is Tracy Pilar.
I'm unmuted. Hi, this is Tracy from Laytonville. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Okay. I'm here today to speak for the watersheds, the wildlife, and the small producers. First, I want the board to know I appreciate you, and I am grateful for the nice vibe y'all got going here. But nonetheless, I am an activist, and you have to hear my truth. Phase 3 *6 proposal of opening up 10% of our resource lands is nothing short of rape, an outrageous violation. I know this because I am a rape survivor, and every conversation about the opening up of our wildlands to more expansion, I am triggered again and again and again. We have let the foxes into the hen house. You don't want predators to take your people's livelihood. We small farmers are your people. We have raised our children. We have paid our taxes. We love our land. We love being farmers and stewards. This proposal has little regard for any of us. Not the water, not the land, not the wildlife, not the people. This 10% proposal was done through backdoor deals with lobbyists and outside money. My question here is, why are a few people who want to get rich or are rich running our county when we, the people, the taxpayers, have said no time and time again? One thing violators have in common is they don't hear the word no. I speak for the many, many other mamas of all species who live in these watersheds and want to have a small farm, safe from harm, surrounded by wildlife, supported by clean air, and safe from greed and profit monsters. This is more than a value call. These are simple logistics. We don't have the water for this kind of growth, and we also don't have the need for big ag. What we do have the need for, however, is your support of us, the small farmers. I think this is your place to protect us. I think it's totally your place to protect us and promote the common vision of a green renaissance. These lobbyists are not the majority. They are the antithesis of our culture, the branding we are trying to establish here in Mendocino County. Small, beautiful, sustainable. We are a beacon to the world. We have the world-class weed right here. Everybody wants this. And we don't need more. We just need to be who we are with support. I have no idea if this public statement will change your minds or protect our collective body, but I will not be silent about this continued rape. So I ask you, will you continue to support, coddle, and defend these outrageous violations, or instead do what you have been charged to do and protect and defend this place we call home?
Next on the line is Alec Dixon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Alec Dixon, and I'm one of the co-founders of SC Laboratories, a cannabis testing laboratory home-based in Santa Cruz County. Over the past 10 years of testing, I've come to learn a tremendous amount about cannabis from being deeply inundated in the science and analytics of this plant. Since 2018, cannabis is now regulated and tested to a level no other crop has ever been tested. And I'm speaking today to share some valuable insight into data analytics from the field in hopes to highlight and establish the County of Mendocino as one of the cleanest and most pristine counties and appellations in California to cultivate cannabis. Mendocino County has one of the lowest fail rates for compliance testing and testing in general for cannabis products in the state than most other countries in California, or most other counties in California, due to the pristine environment and lack of massive monocrop agriculture that plagues cannabis farmers in other areas of the state, with regard to the levels of unavoidable residual environmental contamination that is endemic with ag practices in other big ag regions of the county within the state. Regions such as Salinas Valley in Monterey County, Santa Barbara County, Stanislaus County, to name a few, are plagued with excessive environmental contamination in the form of pesticide and fungicide use, coupled with regular tilling of ag crops, which unearth heavy metals, contamination of the environment, create some of the most difficult hardships for cannabis farmers cultivating in such big ag regions to produce cannabis at scale that can meet BCC established action limits for quality assurance testing to meet public health and safety standards. I urge the Board of Supervisors to pass this commercial cultivation ordinance to solidify Mendocino County as a superior region in the state for cannabis cultivation, and through regulating such activity, maintain and uphold the pristine nature of the environment in the county. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter and material.
Next on the line is Michael Green.
Hi, this is Michael Green. I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for the chance to talk, and also to thank you for all the input that everybody has today. We are a fourth generation Mendocino family, and I wanted to talk about the fact that it feels like we move 3 steps forward and then sometimes 3 steps back when I listen to the meeting today. It feels to me like it's a little bit more of a Board of Directors meeting than a Board of Supervisors meeting. I feel like we've gone past a lot of this conversation, and it's so important that we have the chance to bring Mendocino, along with some of the other successful counties in the state, to make sure that we have good jobs, good real estate, good water, and a good life. And I think that we have an opportunity now with this phase 3, 10%. I think its plan and its ability to add so many more jobs to the county is unbelievable for the opportunities that it'll bring to Mendocino County. I look at what's happening with real estate. The earlier speaker who talked about selling real estate is spot on from the standpoint that land here is now climbing where there's an opportunity for investment to come in. And I think that that's important for us. It makes it very difficult to do a business model and a business plan when you feel like you're going towards the 10% and then all of a sudden we have steps backwards. And I don't think it's up to the board to decide what the market value is and how we compete with the rest of the country. I think that's kind of the people who are in this industry who study it and live it and breathe it every day. I think that's their responsibility. All we look for is an opportunity to do the right thing for the county. We're regulated, as someone said, more than any product in the country. And I think that it's now time for us to join hands and move forward. Thank you.
Next on the line is Keith Schuster.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Keith Schuster, and I am a lifelong resident here in Mendocino County and a cannabis cultivator. I'm calling in today because I am in favor of phase 3 expansion, and we own 2 different cannabis farms here in the Valley of Willits. One of them is 100 acres of rangeland and one is 40 acres of agricultural land. And both of them would easily expand without any impact. And we feel like expansion is definitely the future for us in this industry. I understand a lot of environmental concerns I keep hearing today after listening to this for the hours that we have been listening. And I understand that with fish and wildlife involved, the setbacks and the requirements, the expansions that will be allowed as long as fish and wildlife is involved are on the agricultural properties and rangelands that we see in our area are going to be limited to all those rules by Fish and Wildlife. So we care for the environment, and I'm not concerned about the environment, but we have big, wide open spaces. We're ready to go for expansion. We have a business that's doing well. We have many employees, and we could hire more. We feel like this industry throughout the state of California is continuing to grow and move forward. And Mendocino County is quite possibly falling behind. And so I'm calling in today just to give my support for this expansion. We have areas that are ready to go to expand without any impact and would love to move forward in this industry, continue to hire people in our area to provide jobs and create tax money for our community and our county. So thank you for your time, and hope that we can move forward. Thank you.
Next on the line is Amanda Raymond.
Hi, everyone. So I am the Vice President of Community Development for Flow Cannabis Company. I am also a board member of the California Cannabis Tourism Association. First, I really want to express gratitude for the work that the board has done on this issue over the past few years. Your persistence is admirable, and I fully believe that the county and our community will be better off for the time and consideration you have given this issue. So really, thank you. Flow Cannabis Company fully supports the policy package that has been put forward by staff regarding cannabis cultivation and facilities regulation in Mendocino County under Agenda Item 3B. Alignment with the state, a focus on economic development, and agritourism are just a few of the high-level successes in this package. If the proposed policies are allowed to move forward, they will place Mendocino ahead of the game in cannabis tourism and finally provide a viable path for the many cultivators in this county. We support the proposed land use ordinance for the cultivation of cannabis in Mendocino County, including the proposed zoning changes put forth by the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Expanding the areas in which licensed cultivation can occur, bringing license types in line with the state, and allowing larger parcels in ag and rangeland zones to use up to 10% of their parcel for cultivation are huge steps towards treating cannabis like other agriculture and positioning Mendocino farmers to stay competitive as the market grows and opportunities like interstate commerce come online. One consideration we would like to add is the possible addition of an early activation program similar to the one in Lake County. We are currently participating in the early activation program in Lake County. Prior to the issuance of a minor or major use permit, an applicant may apply for early activation, which allows an applicant to proceed with the cultivation activity that is being requested under the use permits within very specific limitations. This helps prevent the loss of an entire year's worth of business for outdoor farmers working through the process. Additionally, we'd like to see the county consider using some of the state equity funds allocated to support the phase 1 applicants as they transition into the land use model by providing grants, loans, and staff time. We are very excited to support the proposed changes to the facilities ordinance, especially the introduction of farmers markets, farm tours and sales, and cannabis lodging. Mendocino County has immense potential in agritourism, and the proposed additions to the facilities code will enable the cannabis tourism industry to contribute to the economic development of the county. Overall, we are very supportive of this package of policy changes for Mendocino Cannabis. Enacting these ordinances will move this county forward on this issue after treading water for so long. Again, thank you for your work and the dedication you have shown to this community.
Next on the line is Del Parter.
I am currently and have been Chief Science Officer at Leaf Holdings in Willits for the last 3 years. In my position, I've been tasked with analyzing the economic landscape of cannabis cultivation and the market for manufactured products in California. What I've come to understand is that unless cultivation of cannabis in Mendocino County is allowed to expand, the economic viability and therefore the long-term health of Mendocino County's economy is threatened. After years of adjustment, the price points for cannabis products in the California marketplace are well established, and the economic success of both cultivation and manufacturing enterprise is determined by the ability of businesses to meet those price points. Manufacturing requires a large capital investment in equipment, in infrastructure, and skilled jobs to succeed in a competitive market. It is also clear that sale of manufactured cannabis products operates on narrow margins that require price control of cultivated inputs, and I personally understand how difficult it is to operate within those limits and still remain viable. Leaf is a vertically integrated Mendocino County business that in 2020 paid out over $1.5 million in sales and wages to employees living in Mendocino County. As of December 31st, 2020, Leaf employed 34 people at its Canna Park facility. Leaf's 2021 budget plan is to double the employment number with a mixture of high salary positions and hourly, well above minimum wage and benefited earners. In 2020, Leaf paid approximately $275,000 to the city of Willits in city taxes. Without a vertically integrated cultivation operation, this expansion is in jeopardy. For a proposed cultivation operation of 10 acres that supports its manufacturing business, Leaf will employ an additional 10 full-time employees. Leaf further intends supporting other large-scale cultivators in the area to supply us with additional biomass for manufacturing. It is Leaf's intention to remain in Mendocino County, but for our business to succeed, continue to expand, and continue to keep jobs in Mendocino, we need to scale production. In the current regulatory framework, responsible, environmentally conscious operators are zoned out of legal cultivation that is allowed in other parts of the state. County limits on cultivation prevent reasonable expansion, as in every other agricultural crop, such as the wine industry. That is why Leaf advocates for allowing expansion to 10% of parcel size. Furthermore, allowing this expansion will make it possible for currently non-compliant growers to enter the market with a reasonable business model that will promote new tax revenue and additional employment in the county.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Chair Jurdy. This is Sarah Bodner, and I am representing the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County. On behalf of our member businesses, I would like to express our full support for the ordinances brought forth by the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and county staff, and appreciation to you all for your very hard work over many years to develop at last a comprehensive and workable framework for a viable cannabis industry. For those of us who have been in these conversations for a long time, we are really clear about what's at stake. The Phase 1 program is fundamentally flawed due to a lack of alignment with state CEQA requirements, and it's predicted that very few of our Phase 1 cultivators will be able to get state licenses. Without another option securely in place, we risk having no legal pathway to licensure when provisional licenses expire at the end of this year. The proposed Phase 3 ordinance provides the solution we've been waiting for, and it's proven. The discretionary use permit framework is working in other counties, and this is our chance to ensure that Mendocino County puts something in place so that we're not left behind altogether. We're really pleased that the cultivation ordinance and the other changes that you brought forth in the facilities ordinance as presented are a full package of policies that can bring our county into the future by allowing expanded cultivation in ag-appropriate zones, as well as allowing agritourism possibilities like tasting rooms, farm tours, and events. This is exactly what we need to become a vital economic engine. I think the only issue with this ordinance is that it could read as deceptively simple because it's short, but I just want to highlight that there is rigorous state oversight of all cannabis activity, and we've finally written an ordinance that can align with state law and also enact a discretionary use permit program that will provide rigorous review by the Planning Department and Planning Commission to ensure that projects are both location appropriate and environmentally compliant. It's going to be a long path, but at least we will have one. Our one request is that the county prepare the Planning and Building Department to process a large volume of use permits so that we can ensure timely review and that everybody who lines up can get through the door, and that the county is no longer a bottleneck to state licensure. The last thing I want to note is that many of our member businesses are based in the 3rd District. And although we've repeatedly advocated for the policies that the board voted on and has brought forth today, we don't feel like we have representation in our 3rd District that reflects the views of the businesses that operate and are seeking to create jobs in the poorest district in the county. We look forward to moving forward today. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ellen Drell. Star 6 to unmute. Okay, so we're going to move on to Dennis Slota and try that one again. Star 6 to unmute. Okay, so we're going to move forward to Dennis Hunter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hi, I'm Dennis Hunter. I'm co-founder of Cannacraft. I want to thank the board for all its hard work putting this ordinance together. I'm really excited to move into the phase 3. I think it's been long awaited, and it's really going to help businesses like ours really be able to source material from cultivators in the Mendocino County. Right now, it's very hard. Sonoma County has limited cultivation, and a lot of the material that we have to source, we have to go down south to Santa Barbara and places like that just to keep our business running. I'm also, I grew up in Mendocino County in Willits, and I have a family ranch there that I would love to cultivate on, and really, that's where we'd like to source and where we'd like to grow cannabis. I was growing there in the early 90s, all the way up through high school and into college, and really love to go back to that farm and cultivate in this regulated market. I just want to also say there are so many state regulations that have oversight over the cultivation, and to duplicate that in the county, it just doesn't seem practical or feasible. And so in some of our state licenses, I'm really surprised how much oversight there is, and really how it really professionalizes your business and your cultivation practices. Having to deal with the water board and really start implementing a lot of the pieces in place to really look out after the watersheds and runoff and how much water we're using. We're learning a lot more about our cultivation, and it's just making it where we're just really conscious about what we're doing. And so I think when people look at this and they're looking at the expansion and they're very concerned about the environment, I can just say that for us, it actually brings it more into light of what we're doing, what we're putting into the ground, and how much water we're taking out. And so there's a lot of oversight. And I just want to say it doesn't all have to be done by the county. The state, really does have a lot of oversight there. And sorry. And then I'm just, I think that was the main thing I wanted to touch on. I just really want it to be where we can grow and have a large enough cultivation to be feasible. You have so much cost and stuff to run a cultivation site with all the metric and everything else. And so when you're limited to 10,000 square feet, it's really hard to justify and really make it work. And so with some of these larger cultivations, I think we'll see that it's with that scale, all of a sudden it kind of makes.
Next up is Ron Edwards.
Yes, good afternoon, board. I wanted to start out with that, when this process started was 2017, it looked like it was going to be an easy process. Phase 1, legacy cultivators. Phase 2, phase 3 opens it up. But I am getting confused, as well as a number of other cultivators who are seeing and wondering what phase 3 is. Why are phase 1 going to fail? Is it possible, and it would be really helpful if planning staff could put together a flow chart of saying that if you were this in phase 1, you can continue on in phase 1. If this condition is met, you need to do this. This condition, you fail and you drop out. I mean, it's not very clear. I've been listening all year throughout this whole process and still am not clear on what happens to phase 1 cultivators. The second thing is that when you're talking about opening up from direct to market, please don't leave nurseries out of that, because I think that it would be very appealing for someone to be able to come up and see R&D plants or be able to pick out their 6 plants at a nursery if appropriately zoned. And I think what's very interesting today is that we heard from Adam at SC Labs, and we're talking about ag land. And what he mentioned was that Mendocino had cleanest cannabis. Well, of course we do, because our lands that we have traditionally cultivated on have not been agricultural land. The pesticides, the fungicides that are allowed in grape production and other crops are not allowed in cannabis. And what Adam alluded to, I'm guessing, is that when you're growing in Salinas, when you're growing in the Central Valley, those areas have been sprayed with those pesticides and those chemicals and have polluted the land. Therefore, the cannabis is uptaking that. So just a caution that if we're going towards that expansion, we might want to be wary of ruining our reputation of clean cannabis. And I think that it is in the county's interest to want to protect its land, its reputation, which creates a business environment. If Mendocino is just another mass-produced cannabis, that is going to reduce the value of the Mendocino brand. Thank you.
Next up is Micah Anderson.
Can you... Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. My name is Micah Anderson. I had drafted a letter that I was going to read, but I had to run out of the house during the meeting. It went long, but so, we have a business called Leaf. It's in Willits. We are a manufacturing and distribution company. I work with Del Potter, who spoke just a moment ago. We are definitely in favor of expansion, although I do believe that there needs to be a path forward for the legacy cultivators that have been in the application process who have been unsuccessful in being able to receive state licensing. Our company, similar to what Cannabis said, we consume quite a bit of material. When you're doing extraction, it's different than flower sales. The amount of material that's needed for our business type is we require a lot more acreage than Mendocino is able to provide. So we spend most of our time, unfortunately, in other regions of the state that have allowed for larger scale cultivation. Like the gentleman that just spoke a moment ago stated that, yes, it is true that other areas do have pesticide issues that Mendocino does not. I think that the argument that large-scale cannabis cultivation coming in is going to all of a sudden create a pesticide problem is a false reality. I don't think that that's the case because of the regulations that we're all that we have to adhere to. So, and when it comes to a brand, I think, if you think of Idaho being the potato state, or Florida being, known for oranges, or, Napa for wine, you can't build a brand when you don't have a proper supply chain behind you. And that's the issue that we have here in Mendocino at the moment. And I think, at the end of the day, as federal legalization comes and we eventually get to ship out of the state, and I think that in some time in the near future, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we're able to ship out of the country. Branding is going to be very, very important. And I think that that's something that the county needs to take attention to now before it's too late. Mendocino is known for being kind of the birthplace of cannabis, that and Humboldt. And unfortunately, I feel like we are losing that unless we act on it in the near future. So I appreciate you letting me speak. And that's all I would say.
Next is Jamie Warm.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Super. Well, thank you guys. My name is Jamie Warm. I am the co-founder and co-CEO of Henry's Original. And phase 3, it will not be easy, and it will obviously not be perfect, but it will provide annual licensing and create a very real future for Mendocino County. It will lay the foundation for what's to come and give cannabis operators and companies like Henry's Original hope that there's a future for cannabis in Mendocino County. And it's a vividly tangible future that we all have the opportunity to create. It's inclusive. It honors and keeps the door open to legacy operators like myself while welcoming the new face of cannabis, the grape grower, the pear grower, the rancher. Phase 3 is what will help develop a robust and legal cannabis economy, spur economic growth, and embrace centralized processing infrastructure so that we can have a decentralized farming community with farm direct sales. Can you imagine an experience in Mendocino cannabis country feeling like an experience in apple country of Apple Hill or wine country of Napa or Alexander Valley? You pull off Talmadge and are directed with white signs telling you where the nearest cannabis farms are located. Driving along the road, we see beautiful farms and centralized processing centers to harvest and co-pack the flowers and products of the local community. And they're buzzing with pride and the standard of excellence that Mendocino cultivators intrinsically carry. This is how we make a producer county, a booming cannabis hospitality county as well. And this is the process of destigmatization. Phase 3 can evade the story of the missed opportunities that Mendocino grape growers love to tell. This is the time that we seize the moment to put Mendocino cannabis legacy at the forefront. So to the ad hoc committee, thank you for putting phase 3 in front of the board and the people of this county. And if passed, you have Henry's Original full-throated commitment to continue to invest in the infrastructure, the well-being, and the future of this county. Thank you.
Next up is Josh Keats.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair Jarity and ad hoc board members for bringing this item forward. My name is Josh Keats. I'm a legacy cannabis farmer from Laytonville. I'm also the co-founder of Hill. We're an employee-owned company that provides full-time, well-paying jobs with benefits to over 50 Mendocino County residents, as well as an additional 50 seasonal positions during harvest and planting. Today, we have the opportunity to create a future for Mendocino County's cannabis industry. Not only is this ordinance significant for the farm owners and the businesses who will finally have the ability to compete with the legal and licensed statewide cannabis market, with neighboring producer counties who are allowing their farms to scale to the tens of acres of canopy, with other cannabis brands on the dispensary shelves that procure their cannabis inputs more cheaply from Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz, Salinas, Riverside, Lake, Humboldt. Most importantly, it presents the opportunity for cannabis to provide a normalized agricultural community and economy to every Mendocino County resident that chooses to participate. Without a doubt, this ordinance will create thousands of jobs on farm and in post-harvest processing centers, 500 positions in my company alone, in distribution, construction, trucking, as well as clerical and management positions to support the operations. It will, without a doubt, create far greater tax revenue for the county, increase property values and thereby increase property tax revenue. It will increase tourism and the TOT. But the most important change this ordinance will create is the normalization of our community. Too long have we dealt with cannabis as a black market crop, forced it to such a small scale that it is next to impossible to operate as a farmer with both feet in the legal market. This ordinance will create a truly viable legal market commodity that can be produced at enough scale to allow for profits. Profits that can be reinvested in well-paying jobs, shared facilities for collective processing, community initiatives, public safety, roads and infrastructure improvements throughout the county. It will allow the scale at which the heritage and legacy of Mendocino County cannabis can be recognized statewide by legal consumers for our county's appellation to grow and thrive for generations to come. The future of Mendocino County's cannabis industry is upon us here today, and time is of the essence. The cannabis industry is continuing to evolve outside our county lines. I hope that today you will vote to allow Mendocino County to evolve with it. Thank you.
Up next is Ashley Oldham.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I apologize, I'm driving if you hear a little static. But good afternoon, I'm Ashley Oldham, and I am a second generation legacy for 20 years. I received the second phase 1 permit in the county. I'm speaking in favor today of passing this phase 3 ordinance. I'm concerned about myself and every phase 1 cultivator ever getting an annual license. Legacy cultivators deserve a clear pathway forward to obtain state licensing, and I believe this is our chance. In order to stay competitive and thriving in this booming industry, it is imperative that we are able to grow at a larger scale on properly zoned properties. As someone who also works in procurement, I tour farms all over the state. If we're not allowed to grow in acres, as many other counties are, we will not have a chance to compete. Mendocino County has one of the best growing appellations in the world. I feel strongly that we should be able to grow at a scale that allows us to share it with the rest of the state, and maybe someday beyond. I support expansion of the 10% to 10% acreage. Passing this ordinance is the difference between Mendocino having a future cannabis program or risking everything that legacy cultivators have fought for many decades. If this doesn't pass and our provisional licenses expire, there will be no cannabis program. People will be driven back underground and our local economy will majorly suffer. This is our best chance to boost our economy and build a bright future in this thriving industry. I want to thank the board for taking this matter so seriously. I feel very hopeful about finally being able to build a legitimate cannabis industry in Mendocino County like many other counties have done. I am excited for a day that cannabis is an agricultural crop. Thank you.
Next on the list is Mark Glome.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. I'm highly in alignment with a significant number of the comments that I have heard for the last half hour or so. But I'll just get to the point. I was a phase 1 licensee in Redwood Valley, and though we did our best, it was frankly very difficult to make any kind of profit at 10,000 square feet. And while I support the board and your efforts to give a path to legalization for phase 1 licensees, I do enthusiastically support the proposed 10% canopy so that appellations in Mendocino County, so that farmers can legally grow a crop, which will be available throughout California, and certainly in the near future will most likely be able to be shipped across state lines. I would really hate to see Mendocino County put itself in a position of not being competitive because of a limitation on the amount of cannabis that can be grown on any particular property, whereas the rest of the state has multiple acre grow sites. In addition, frankly, the ability to be profitable, frankly, at 10,000 square feet is quite difficult. So I encourage the board to continue your work. I thank you very much for your efforts, but it would certainly be to everyone's advantage to normalize cannabis, to turn it into an agricultural crop. Please let us just do our work and get our permits, and don't pick winners and losers, but let the market decide who's successful and frankly, promote the brand of Mendocino County. Thank you very much for your time.
Next on the line is Aaron Green.
Yes, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking the time to dive into this in so much depth. I am definitely in support of the 10% expansion in Mendocino County. As a fourth-generation Mendocino County resident, my great-grandfather establishing a business in 1918 in Ukiah, and really seeing how the different industries have affected this county. Without being able to move forward with cannabis and the expansion, we don't have a bright future for so many different businesses in this county, but we have such the ability to be at the forefront of cannabis, not only in the state of California, but potentially with the administration change to being at the expansion into the rest of the United States with cannabis. In that, I hope that we look at giving us the opportunity. I am a legacy grower. We have, jumped through all the hoops and all the last years of trying to get legal and do everything correctly. And we would love the opportunity to expand. And if you look at what the proposed phase 3 and the way it's going and how that is going to benefit the county, I mean, there's literally millions of dollars worth of real estate right now on the verge of being traded in this county based on the 10% expansion for phase 3. Not only if we push that forward, is it going to benefit just tax dollars on land revenue by next year for this county, it's also going to benefit tons of jobs within this county and being able to employ a lot more people in cannabis in this county. I also urge you to consider not just kind of bringing our county into outdoor grown only. I think we should consider that mixed light, not necessarily hoop houses, but mixed light in nice agricultural settings in $1 million greenhouses, all should be in favor of going forward on ag land and commercial land and everything, because it's important that we have the full spectrum of product that we're able to kind of enter into the market with in the future for cannabis. That way we can compete on the top echelon of cannabis throughout the state with a more sustainable product where we can show the pure indoor growers that we know how to do it better, and always speak to the vastity of how well we've done with our outdoor cultivation. I think these are all key items that we should look at and address and move forward with, because it is detrimental to the cannabis community in us being able to move forward as a viable economic business in this county. Thank you.
Next is Lauren Mendelson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Lauren Mendelson. I am an attorney representing a number of cannabis businesses in Mendocino County. And today I am contacting you on behalf of one of my clients, Cure Wellness, which is a licensed retail business with multiple locations throughout the county, including one in the unincorporated area on Lake Mendocino Drive. And this comment is more in relation to the cannabis facilities ordinance revisions, which I saw on the agenda for today, but we haven't really talked about them too much. But Cure Wellness has been operating here in Mendocino County for many years, and this, they have fit into an exemption under state law where they could operate a drive-through facility. And so this request is to allow you to take a look at the memo that I submitted and my rationale for why I believe we fit inside this exemption, and we're seeking the board's support in this. And I explain it again in that memo that I submitted. But essentially, this could bring pride to the county, added jobs. It would be a tourist attraction in terms of cannabis tourism, but really more so thinking about the safety involved. And if anything we've learned from COVID and the fires, it's to look towards ways that we can make the retail experience and just, cannabis businesses overall more safe. And so I do encourage you to consider how this could help the county, could help the citizens, and could help this local business. And again, you can take a look at the memo that I submitted for more on that. And also separately from that, I also support just expanding the cannabis program, letting operators in Mendocino County grow more than what's currently allowed and be able to compete on the state marketplace, and eventually the global marketplace pretty soon. It is the Emerald Triangle, and this is the legacy operators. This is where the best cannabis in the world is grown. And so please just remember that as you're moving forward. And also please, I encourage you to find pathways to allow folks that have been working hard under this phase one to then participate as we move forward under grandfathering of some sort. So thank you again for your time, and thank you so much.
Next on the line is Scott Rote.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Scott Rote. I'm a realtor, but I'm not an expert in cannabis cultivation. I have a statement to read, but I'm going to abbreviate it greatly because much of what I wanted to say has already been said. I like all the comparisons to Napa County. I think we have an opportunity similar to the wine industry. And in fact, the Mendocino appellation is a great idea, and I hope we go for it. And in terms of property values, if you're in Napa and you're not growing grapes, your property is worth more. Nobody's brought up Lake County. Some of the similar advantages in Lake County has happened. What used to be a meth problem has begun to change. When the winery started to move in, property values have increased. And if you had a cultivation permit, it increases further. I think Mendocino has a unique opportunity here, and it has distinguished strains. I like the comment about Bordeaux. I thought that was fun. And is in itself a brand. We are positioned to help these small businesses grow. So I like to thank the Board of Supervisors to help as many applicants as possible get through the process and get to the finish line in as timely as possible. It's an opportunity for all. Land use seems to be an excellent approach to balancing issues while adhering to environmental concerns and respecting neighbors. And it's great to hear from all the small businesses this ordinance is likely to help. Thank you for navigating the difficulties of the process while aiding small business in Mendocino and balancing the needs of its residents. I appreciate that we're pioneers in many ways, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Next on the line is Justin Capri.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I am a local Ukiah man. Been here for 35 years. Had businesses in this community. My wife, born and raised, and yes, consider myself a legacy farmer with my family being a part of this community. But I'm also a part of cannabis company out of Santa Rosa, Cannacraft. So my view into the cannabis industry and the cannabis space is pretty large. You know, the large cultivation, as we all know, is here, and it's all around us. I think the ability to scale is super important to everything here. I think everybody's expressed that pretty well. I do have like sympathy and when I hear the people come on talking about, you know, being left in the dust, you know, I think that's absolutely not what anybody wants here. Most of the speakers who've come on today from other brands, you know, they've in close contacts and friends with many of them. And I think everybody here is wanting the same thing, you know, everybody's wanting this community to flourish in every way. We all want to see tourism and just tourism in general, you know, the economy getting a boost in the arm. We haven't seen anything in many, many years that's going to help us kind of dig out of this hole with almost no industry. So my fear is that we're going to miss out on this opportunity. That's what makes me lose sleep at night. We've chosen to live here, raise our families here, start businesses here, and we really want that to be the case moving forward. Throwing cannabis in packaging, you know, as a brand is it's very difficult to do when you're buying product, you know, at a high number. We want to support the farms, but it's very difficult to do that and get the product out to the consumers. So if we don't move forward with phase 3, I fear that a lot of these companies are going to go out and, you know, being a self-proclaimed brand ambassador of Mendocino County and constantly singing its praise to everybody throughout the state. That I would like to see this move forward. We got much love for everybody out there, understand everybody's concerns, but I think this is the right path.
Next on the line is Corinne Powell.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to comment yet again. As I think the board knows, I am a cultivator. I have developed a piece of property for a 10,000 square foot cultivation operation. And I think if you have listened to some of the realtors who have spoken today, ag land is about at a premium right now. And I've heard people talk about, people can just relocate. That's not going to happen. So I think we should rethink what the small farmer can actually contribute to this county. And there were a couple of things in the proposed ordinance that I think need attention. Julia began her presentation saying that we wanted to align with the state as much as possible. If that is indeed true, there are some things that will help small farmers. One major thing is to open the micro business license to all zones where cannabis is allowed and detach it from the very restrictive components of cottage and home occupation ordinance language. If we small farmers could have micro businesses, we would be able to have at least 3 of 4 important activities in our industry, particularly retail. We need micro businesses available to small farmers who do not wish and may not be able, to afford a phase 3 use permit process. Similarly, I think the fairest way to balance the sizes of cultivation in the county is, again, create a craft license, 10,000 square feet or less, people who want to stay small, people who appreciate quality over quantity. I'm not opposed to expansion. I think 10% is way too big. And I don't want all these people advocating for their large grows, to think they're doing it without a state license, which won't happen until 2023. So let's continue to think about this. We need to protect the small heritage people. They are the history. Big ag may be the future, but there is a strong need to preserve the cannabis culture in the small farm. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna try Dennis Slota one more time. Click *6 to unmute.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I have 4 comments, and I'm Dennis Slota. 1, please revise section 22.18.100, item A3, to state that all lighting used for the project must meet International Dark Sky Association standards. 2, please revise item A6 in the same section to state that no additional projects shall be allowed until all complaints and/or investigations have been fully resolved. 3, delete reference to rangeland in Appendix A. 4, my neighbors and I oppose any cannabis expansion until a fully staffed code enforcement department is in place that utilizes active enforcement to augment our neighbor complaints policy. The latest posted code enforcement information is from 2018, and just over $45,000 in fines were collected. This is in sharp contrast to Humboldt County, where active enforcement brought in over $4 million last year. No wonder irresponsible Humboldt growers are relocating here. I requested cannabis code enforcement data for 2019 and 2020 last August and still have received no data. This experience matches what I've heard from many people, that calling code enforcement is a waste of time as complaints are seemingly simply ignored. Therefore, we request a public hearing on code enforcement policies, procedures, staffing, and data as soon as possible. We demand a transparent and accountable code enforcement department. This requires posting all relevant information online in real time so the public can track the effectiveness of the code enforcement department. Thank you folks very much for your service and time. Good evening. Bye-bye.
All right, so next we have 2 callers who, I think it's a restricted number that came in unidentified. So we're going to admit the first one and see if they can please announce themselves. *6 to unmute. Okay, so we're going to move on to the second call-in user _6.
Oh, hello, this is Ellen Drell. Hello.
Hi, Ellen, you're on the line.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Rangeland must be taken off the table. Last year, most of the rangeland district was on fire last summer, and there's no reason to believe that things will be any different in the future. It's irresponsible to be promoting commercial development in the rangeland zoning. If approved, the proposed ordinance will be a shameful repudiation of the will of the people of Mendocino County, expressed in 2016 with a solid defeat in every supervisorial district of Measure AF. the Cannabis Growers Initiative that would have mirrored state regulations and opened every zoning district to cannabis. Essentially, the proposal that's before you today. County residents spoke again in 2016 and 2017 when the public filled the boardroom week after week and month after month and created a county ordinance that was to usher in a legal cannabis industry of small cultivators sensitive to and protective of Mendocino County's unique natural environment. The ordinance was passed into law in the spring of 2017. However, it was never allowed to work. Though 200 to 300 applicants complied with the ordinance, another 8 to 1,000 applicants were accepted into the program and allowed to operate without further follow-up. From the start to the present, first at ag and then at planning and building, applicants were given the green light to cultivate in clear violation of even the most fundamental tenets of the ordinance, and that goes on to this day. However, staff is unrepentant in its drumbeat to blame the chaos in the cannabis program on the existing ordinance. Staff is cynically and once again offering you a quote-unquote solution to the problem that it created. An ordinance stripped of the people's desired environmental protections and cultural deference specific to Mendocino County. An ordinance that punts to the state's regulations at a bottom line with no broadly applicable rules, most importantly, with no overarching zoning restrictions, and ultimately no cultivation size limits beyond those of the state. In other words, staff is asking you to support Measure AF. If phase 3 is going to involve a new ordinance, it needs a lot of work before we go forward. And finally, Richard Wilson of Covelo has asked me to convey his comments. He specifically invites Supervisor Ted Williams and the others, but Ted, as author of this ordinance, to come to Covelo and witness the accelerating lawlessness and uglification of his community, resulting from this board's irresponsible push to expand cannabis cultivation amidst the county's almost total failure to enforce its own laws. He joins us in asking the board to reject this proposal today.
Next on the line is Jessica Alvarado. *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks for having me. I want to admit just in the beginning, my name is Jessica Alvarado. I own an apparel print shop in Covelo, and I am a 1 in 5 generation family here. And I was hesitant to call in because I am not pursuing a cannabis permit, but I just wanted to speak for myself just as a community member who really cares about the people who live here in Covelo and Mendocino County, but specifically here. I would say that there are a lot of people who aren't speaking up, who maybe don't even know how, who are cultivating, and I would guess many of them illegally. I want to see a pathway forward for people, and I want to help advocate that. I think I'm really good at rallying the community. I've done it in a lot of ways here. I think people trust me as having run a business in Covelo for over a decade. I feel really trusted and really admired by a lot of my community members, and I care about them and I care about their well-being. I can't speak to all of the details of this ordinance, the phase 3 proposed, because I am not well-versed in all the details. But I've got to say, my dad went to prison for 4 years for cannabis, and I have family members who do want to, and friends who do want to enter phase 3. I want to help people. I want to encourage them to enter, and I don't know how right now, because every time I start to get involved, it's really messy and it keeps changing. I have family in real estate. I know that properties have been sold under the implication that they would be able to get permits, and then things changed. It's really hard and confusing for locals, and I just want to say I'm here to help. If I'm here for all of you supervisors. If you need a resource, you can reach out, call me, email me. I can reach people in the community. Like I said, I grew up here. My roots are deep here, and I care about this community, and I want to see phase 3 open in a way that allows for specifically Covelo and all of the zones here that might not match up with the zones in the rest of the county. I'd like to see maps before you start going backwards with your zoning allowances. I'd like you to look at the maps of Covelo, and I think when the last person spoke about the illegal expansion here, I think that actually allowing phase 3 to open will help people actually do it better, if that makes sense. Cleaner, better, they'll be regulated, and I just want to help move things forward. So thank you for hearing me, and that's all.
And last, we have a voicemail comment left today.
Good afternoon. My name is Guinness McFadden from Potter Valley. This is in reference to the next Tuesday's meeting, item 6A, which is a question as to whether or not to limit the plan.
Hi, my name is Brian Valenti, and this is regarding OA 2021-001. And I read through it as best I could, and I just want to ensure that we're going to keep setbacks, that people can't show exemptions in residential areas and grow multiple plants on property lines. My son suffers from really bad allergies, and in the fall, just from one plant in my neighbor's place, can't enjoy the yard. And I think that the increased crime rate would be, just no good if we ended up having people grow this cash cow in their backyard in small areas. Where I live in Brook Trails, it'd be easy for people to get in and, steal and get out, and it would make it just, I think the crime rate would just be ridiculous, not to mention the comfort in our own home. Thank you.
This concludes all of the telecomment and voicemail commenters who either called in or left a message. Several did not call in.
Okay, well, thank you for all those comments. I'm kind of looking to the ad hoc committee to go through the highlights of items that they would like us to consider that are not a part of their report or need some adjustments. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I guess I'd like a straw poll on Upland Residential. I know we need to look at the maps. Maybe staff is ready. Also, the proposal to allow the Planning Commission with site-specific review to grandfather in Phase 1 applicants who operated in good faith. I don't think we need to define whether that's paying taxes or how far they got, right? Because there's a lot of applicants who are stuck because of the county's inaction. We didn't do sensitive species, so they can't get a permit. So we can't set this arbitrary metric of do they have blank, but I think it'll sort itself out with the Planning Commission. When the Planning Commission or the zoning administrator sees their application, they'll recognize operating in good faith. And so I'd like to see a straw poll of that general concept along with the Upland Residential. And if you want, you could throw the 10% in if you want to answer it all at once.
So for clarification, when you talk about the Phase 1 applicants, are you excluding the Phase 1 applicants that are in sunset districts or in opt-out districts?
Absolutely. The ones that are in opt-out, we're not reopening that can of worms. But the ones who are not in opt-out that would otherwise be able to maintain a permit in perpetuity, I think if we can move them over to Phase 3 to get through the state CEQA, we should do so because it's not impacting the communities more than if they were able to get through the state CEQA. And the reason they haven't is largely because we have an ordinance that's incompatible.
So to clarify, opt-out is one thing and sunset is essentially the same thing, but it's a
So I would exclude both. And so this would be to allow Phase 1 applicants who are not in a sunset or within an area that has an opt-out to reapply under Phase 3, irrespective of their zoning and parcel size. And so the effect would be the same applicants that we thought would get county permit and a state license will have another opportunity to succeed. And I would recommend this just be a footnote in the table.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with what Supervisor Williams proposed. We heard about the person in forest land that has been in the process for years and in all good faith is trying to get legal and the permits. So I think we need to take into consideration those situations from phase one.
Okay, do we have any other board member comments? Supervisor McGordy?
So I feel like I need a little bit more information about upland residential. I liked the idea of maybe taking a look at where it's distributed and finding out a little bit more about the particulars on it. The 10% part, I favor if it's in the right location. If we're talking about agricultural ground that is not near residential areas, it looks like that's the direction the industry is moving. And I mean, they have to scale up, and it's what I expect. The rangeland part, the only part of rangeland I would accept is if it's already cleared and presently being farmed or cultivated. I would not favor going into any rangeland and doing any conversion.
Would someone like to wrap that all up into a motion?
I move the recommended action with the addition of an asterisk on the zoning table indicating phase one applicants not included in an opt-out or sunset be allowed to reapply under phase three, irrespective of zoning and parcel size. Second, that we include upland residential and remember, stop the motion for a second. Remember, this will come back to us and it'll go to Planning Commission. We have another attempt if we decide upland residential isn't ideal. I think that's the motion.
I think I heard Supervisor McGordy talk about the rangeland being restricted to already developed portions of rangeland parcels.
Right.
I would support already disturbed, but I wonder if the best policy is to do that in the review, because it'll be hard for us to decide on a generic basis what disturbed soil, how long ago, and how much. And but maybe we could just pass that as direction to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I think that'd be okay, and I'd be willing to second that motion.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess maybe we should split this out between what the motion is and what we're going to recommend to the Planning Commission for some of those environmental mitigations. Is that a proper course?
I have a full motion on the table.
So perhaps, Lindsay, if you could reread the motion, it is a little complicated.
Direct staff to submit, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Direct staff to submit proposed county code amendments related to cannabis, commercial cannabis cultivation facilities and cannabis and other special events to Planning Commission to review and make its report and recommendations on the proposed amendments within 40 days, with the addition of an indication on the zoning tables stating phase one applicants not included in sunset or opt-outs be allowed to reapply under phase three, irrespective of zoning and parcel size?
Correct. So Supervisor Hashak, are you wanting to additionally give some direction about standard conditions which may restrict water shuttling, hoop houses, and generators?
Right. I think that needs to be done. And I think also I'd give direction about, ag land that's being converted and pretty much ruined as ag land to the Planning Commission. So if it's being taken out, where they're putting in riprap and everything to do this cannabis production, and it makes it unfeasible to convert it back afterwards.
I would strongly support that as well, because it's one of my big concerns. I thought maybe under the conditions part is where we'd address this. I would prefer to see this done in native soil, in amended native soil, and with some level of care to fertility practices, so we don't end up polluting waterways or groundwater. And I don't. At some point, that has to be addressed. And I agree with you. I also absolutely don't want hoop houses that lit up at night. One of the things that we love about our county is how dark it is at night. At least that's what I do. And when friends come here and I bring them outside at night and they can say, "Whoa, look at the sky! There's stars everywhere." We want to keep it that way. So I don't know where that comes in, because this discussion's mostly been about land use. It hasn't been so much about what the actual practices are going to be, but certainly there's a whole large discussion over what kind of farming we want done.
Well, perhaps this would be a time to bring planning staff back into the discussion. I know that Julia Acker-Krog suggested that we could give directions such as we're discussing right now that could go to the Planning Commission for conditions that might be more or less standard conditions on all permits. So could planning staff come into this discussion and kind of articulate what kind of direction are you looking for? And I think I'm hearing some very specific items that might be helpful.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services. And so I've heard a couple different items discussed, and I think, any direction that the board can give us today, whether it's standards you want to see in terms of conditions on the site, whether it's standards related to, no proliferation of hoop houses or greenhouses and such, that's all important information to include now. And then staff would do their best to try to include aspects of that potentially in the ordinance that would go in front of the Planning Commission, but it may also be, depending on what the direction is, questions posed to the Planning Commission for their consideration, and then what will come back before the board would be their recommended ordinance as well as responses to those various requests of the board. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and maybe for clarification, we heard Supervisor Hashak and then Supervisor McGordy list off several items. Do we have consensus on the items that they listed in terms of the hoop houses, not disturbing the soil in any significant way? They put it much better than I just did. But do we have a general consensus for the items they just listed off?
Chair Jurdy, if I may, I have one directive in addition to the earlier stated motion. So the additional directive came from Supervisor Haschak, and it states general consensus of the board to direct that ag lands being damaged or destroyed are referred to the Planning Commission.
Would others like to speak to that?
Yeah, so maybe we could change that to direct staff to include standard conditions to allow generators and water shuttling only in emergency situations during outages, to limit plastic hoop houses and greenhouses to no more than 10,000 square feet, and to ensure that agricultural soil quality is maintained.
Yeah, so we maybe even go a little step further and say, well, you cannot cover agricultural soil with road base or gravel.
Yeah, we can include that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lindsay, were you able to capture?
So we've got a couple different things going on here. So, and let me know if it can all be converged into one. So I have direct staff to include standard conditions that allow generators only in special circumstances, to limit hoop houses to no more than 10,000 feet, and to ensure ag soil quality is maintained.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhorn.
I'm just having a thought that there's a difference between hoop houses and greenhouses, and also
there may be an opportunity to say something about when possible. I think that this is the idea behind the use permit process, is that each application is going to be different, and to just broadly stroke the soils on ag land may not apply in all cases, as we just heard from Supervisor McGorty about vineyards that are sometimes planted in ag land that actually aren't successful because it's not the right type of soil. So to just blanket say ag soil is a concern for me. And also greenhouses are not the same thing. So I don't know about putting them in together.
So remember, the standard conditions apply by default. Conditions can be added upon review. Conditions can also be removed. So there's always the opportunity site by site to change the conditions. This is just the base set that the board thinks should generally apply with a rebuttable presumption. But if you want to argue to remove some of these, I'd like to hear.
So
I think it's
I'm
really
sorry.
going to depend on the site. So, I mean, I don't have to argue about it if it's going to go forward during the use permit process. I'm fine with that. I agree, you know, with what the supervisors have said. I just think that's depending on the site, there may be, you know, options. So
can we ask Julia Krog to weigh in on what's the best way for the board to do this? Because I think that is true. It is very site specific.
I apologize, Supervisor Williams. There was some background feedback. Could you just repeat what you said?
Have you been able to capture everything the board has said? And is there a better format? Because we don't want to be overly restrictive when the general case may not apply to all parcels. It is a site by site. Mm-hmm. And so you want to just take these as ideas to apply, or will these be the base conditions applied with a rebuttable presumption?
I think really we would want to take these as ideas to apply and think about the best way to implement them so that there still is afforded flexibility within the permitting system like you discussed. And I believe as Supervisor Mulherin also suggested that there may be instances where site-specific conditions lend to allow something that may not be appropriate on another site. Mm-hmm. So you do want to make sure that you provide that flexibility within how you craft the regulation so that you can look at those site-specific conditions. So I don't think the board needs to get too specific with exactly where this is going to fit within the ordinance, but we understand clearly from the discussion here too that there is a desire to see the flexibility and option to consider some flexibility when applying these standards, and that'll help us with crafting how to implement this direction.
And it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, on really a case-by-case basis, yeah.
Supervisor Hashak.
So just for clarification with Supervisor McGorty's idea about rangeland and only on disturbed pieces, are we in agreement on that?
So I am, but I want to leave some flexibility because, for example, maybe there needs to be an amendment to an existing road, or there could be some disturbance. But if it's a secondary activity to the principal activity, then I think that there needs to be some discretion that's involved. But I absolutely agree with the idea of not creating new disturbed rangeland.
And I just bring this up again because my next door neighbor's property, which is identical to mine, is zoned as rangeland because that's what they've always used it for, was running cattle. And the soils are identical. It's cleared for the most part in some areas because it was formerly cropped as a prune orchard. So that's an example of where that could be put back into agriculture and they have water resources. I know of other sites like that too that were planted to vineyards, and the vineyards have recently been removed. So they're not rangeland in terms of function, they're rangeland in terms of zoning.
If I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to address one aspect of this, talking about agricultural soils. And so one thing that I think is really important to note is that when you're doing these discretionary permits, each permit will have to comply with CEQA. And under CEQA, there are various categories of impact that you have to evaluate a project under. One of them is agricultural and forestry resources. So that gets into the important farmland mapping that's provided by the state related to prime soils, prime farmland, important farmland, gets into grazing land, urban and built up land. So there is already built in, just by the processing of a discretionary permit, an analysis that has to be done by staff on each individual site of the impacts of that activity on any sort of important farmland, prime soils, areas like that. So there is going to be an opportunity that each site gets that site specific review. I just wanted to add that little bit of background because that might help to steer the discussion a little bit here, or at least to provide that background on what sort of review will be required on each permit, just as requiring a discretionary permit alone.
I would leave it to the Planning Commission and that CEQA process, because otherwise I think we'll be back here again trying to negotiate as we find edge cases that, you know, where staff just has ambiguity and isn't sure, is it excluded or is it included? You know, I can think of a lot. It was disturbed 50 years ago and it hasn't been touched. Is that native? Can that be used? And I think this is the trouble we got into phase one, being so detailed and finding that those details just don't match up with reality.
Well, I agree. I don't want the ordinance to be nearly as detailed as the previous ordinance. I do want to be sure that staff has as clear a direction as we can provide to them about our intent. We had a couple other items that I want to make sure the ad hoc gets a chance to cover too. You know, we had, I think, some constructive suggestions that we make sure as a board that the planning and building department is able to ramp up and handle as much of the cannabis applications as they can, as well as the other normal regular business that I'm concerned they're right now struggling to handle. So go ahead.
Since there's a floor on the motion, there's a motion on the floor. Should we vote on that first and then give direction?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, could I ask for staff's benefit if the motion could be restated and we just clarify what was in the motion versus what was the prior directive? And I think I heard the directive was consensus of the board, but I just want to confirm that from the chair before we go forward.
So this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and I'd be glad to restate both if the chair would like that. I have a motion from Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor McGorty, and then I have a directive that I'll read in addition to that. Okay, so the motion is direct staff to submit proposed county code amendments related to commercial cannabis cultivation facilities and cannabis and other special events to the Planning Commission to review and make its report and recommendations on the proposed amendments within 40 days, with the addition of an indication on the zoning tables stating phase one applicants not included in the sunset or opt-out zones be allowed to reapply under phase three irrespective of zoning and parcel size. And then separately, I have a directive which states to direct staff to include standard conditions that allow generators in only special circumstances, to limit hoop houses to no more than 10,000 feet, and ensure agricultural soil quality is maintained, and that ag lands being damaged or destroyed are referred back to the Planning Commission.
And did you capture, I apologize if you just stated it, but the addition of upland residential?
No, I did not.
And the allow phase one applicants not in an opt-out or in a sunset to reapply under phase three irrespective of parcel size or zoning as an asterisk on the zoning table.
I did get that, yes.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, and I know that was a lot of motion, I'd like to split it out between the facilities and the ordinance.
Is it possible to vote on it first, and if it doesn't pass, then split it out?
Well, I'd like to split it out first because, you know, I have one feeling about the facilities. I'm totally in support of it. and one feeling about the code, which I'm supportive of most of it, but I do not agree with the 10%. So I don't want to vote on that. So instead of voting no on the whole package, I'd like to vote on the facilities and then the land use process.
Supervisor Hashak, would you be voting yes on everything except the 10% issue?
Yes.
Okay. Would the makers of the motion like to drop the 10% and we could vote on that separately?
I'd rather try it, and if it fails, then try again.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table, and I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
No.
Supervisor Mulherin?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries with Supervisor Haschak dissenting.
And I think you've noted as to your reason why. Well, we do have this issue that I think needs to be addressed, which is the staffing levels of the planning department and its capacity to manage successfully phase 3, phase 1, and all of the other very important planning issues. I'd either ask that the ad hoc committee look into that, but honestly, it's an issue that's bigger than just cannabis. I mean, I have concerns about the planning department's capacity on its regular planning issues. And I think it would be worth it for the board to appoint an ad hoc committee to look into and work with staff to bring forward some recommendations that we will see a restructured planning department that has the capacity to handle all the issues that we want it to handle. Supervisor Mulhorn.
Would that include code enforcement issues?
I would include that, yeah. It's the entire planning and building department. Supervisor McGorty?
I think that's a really great idea. And I would volunteer to help.
Okay. I would be happy to be on that committee myself. So if it's okay with the board, if this is not specific to the cannabis, but it's specific to all of its functions as a planning and building department to ensure that they bring forward a proposal, it really needs to come from staff, but to be fully staff the organization to handle all of the objectives that we're giving it. I'd like to appoint an ad hoc committee of Supervisor McGorty myself, but Supervisor Hashak.
Just a question, Mr. Chair, is that would this ad hoc be looking at where the best place for the cannabis department is? Or,
I think so. Yeah, it could. I mean, we have to look at capacity and you know what's realistic for departments to do, because that's something that happens a lot, is that there's a mission creep where an organization is asked to do something that they're really not necessarily equipped to do.
So I wasn't prejudging the idea of relocating the cannabis division out of the planning department. That wasn't actually
not either
my thought at all. I just want to make sure that they bring forth proposals to the full board that are likely to allow it to staff up to handle all the things that we've assigned it. Supervisor Williams.
Thank you both for being willing to serve on this ad hoc. Could you also look at morale and retention? One of the worries I have is cannabis moved from ag to planning because the people working on it in ag didn't want to work on cannabis. And I think we could have the same type of situation brewing. I see our wages for similar positions are lower than neighboring counties and some cities nearby. That combined with dissatisfaction of working on phase 1, I worry about the ability to retain talent. And turnover is the worst for the planning department. We may have some planning staff that really wants to work not on cannabis, but on planning and building. And if that's the case, let's find the right people to work on cannabis and not straddle people who where that's not really their expertise and they would rather not. Is that within the bounds of what you're willing to look at as the ad hoc?
Sure, yeah. Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, it is. I just want to make a comment that I think a lot of the frustration has to do with phase one and what a difficult piece of ordinance it is. And if that is getting, basically phased out, then it might improve the situation immensely. Having something that's aligned with the state process, I think, is positive.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the things I would like is that we figure out how to staff properly for phase one people and phase three, because we're going to have these two tracks going on, and how do we deal with that as far as staff is allocated?
Mr. Chair, if I could jump in just briefly, I think we're starting to get a little bit away from what the title of this topic was as agendized. I know that this came up in the course of a lot of the public comment and response. I believe that the board could properly put this on, or discuss putting this on a future board item, and I don't know that I see a problem with creating the ad hoc. But before getting into the substance of the discussion, I would suggest having it agendized for an upcoming meeting.
Okay, so if I understand, we can go ahead and appoint the ad hoc, but if we want to further discuss the direction to the ad hoc, we would have to place it on it. So is the consensus of the board to appoint the ad hoc of Supervisor McGorty, myself, A, and B, if so, is it necessary to agendize direction to the ad hoc beyond what's been said so far?
Well, I think we just decided the purpose of the ad hoc. So maybe instead of creating the ad hoc and giving direction, we're creating the ad hoc with the purpose previously stated.
Okay. Okay, we'll see no objection. We'll appoint the ad hoc of Supervisor McGorty, myself, per the discussion we just had. Okay, does this ad hoc have any additional issues that they wanted the full board to address?
There's one. There was previously an ad hoc of Supervisors McCowan and Jurdy to look at the cannabis tax revenue, how it was intended to be allocated and how it's actually been allocated. Did that ad hoc wrap up? Do we need to continue the effort?
We did not conclude that. So is that something that your ad hoc could simply take on and report back to the board?
Yeah, I think I see it. Yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams and I could work on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes, Chair Jurdy. I do wonder if we could poll the board on the idea of having the cannabis ad hoc look at the possibility of a drive-through location, as was discussed in one of the public comments, for Cure Wellness by Lauren I can't say her last name, Middleton.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I might speak to that.
Go ahead.
In planning and building might be able to fill in some of the details there. My understanding, so right now, the cannabis drive-throughs, my understanding is that we don't have a limitation that would prevent it under our local law. The question as to this applicant has been the application of state law. My understanding is that there's been some question regarding the applicant's assertions that they think they fall within a particular exception. I would suggest, I don't know that, I think that this is going to be primarily an issue of a particular application and whether or not the applicant meets the criteria set forth in state law. I don't know whether or not there's really going to be anything to be changed to address it in the local law. That being said, if the board wants to create an ad hoc, I'm sure that planning and building could meet to discuss the issue with them and report back.
Or if we just need to direct staff to look into it and report back, that's fine with me as well.
I think it's within our purview, just looking to the county council to just ask planning staff to report back on the status of that.
Yeah, I believe that would be appropriate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at some point, and not tonight necessarily, but Supervisor Williams and I have been in talks with CDFA, and they are going to want to know the timeline for when people are going to decide on their pathway for licensure. So we're going to have a discussion pretty soon about how many months we can allow people before they decide whether they're going phase one, going with the consultant, that process that we've set up, or phase three. And so that's going to have to be a clear decision pretty soon. And Supervisor Williams and I have a meeting pretty soon with CDFA, and they are going to want to know, they're pushing for a tighter timeline. And so we're going to have that discussion in the near future.
Okay, so I gather what you're saying is you're going to be bringing back some more information and a possible decision point at a meeting in the near future.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that update. Well, does that mean we may have actually concluded today's business before 6:30?
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. And congrats to everybody. I think as a team we worked together okay. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. At 6:05, we're adjourned.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.